All right, we'll go ahead and get started and people can trickle in as it's time or as they can. Good morning, freedom fighters, and welcome to the Arizona NAACP State Convention. My name is Sarah Tyree. I am your state conference president. Today, we gather not just as members, but as stewards of a powerful legacy, one that demands both courage and accountability. And I stand before you today humbled, proud, and full of gratitude because for the first time in 8 years, our state conference is in full compliance. That is no small feat. It means we are standing on solid ground. It means that our branches are strong, our records are sound, and our collective voice, all 54 of our delegates, are being heard at the table where discussions are made and voting takes place. This moment is about restoration and readiness. We have built the foundation so we can focus on the real work, the work of justice. This year, we've seen what happens when advocacy meets action. When we showed up for Tyrone McAlpin, a young, Black, differently abled man assaulted by Phoenix PD, we didn't just show up in spirit, we fought back. And because of our efforts, those charges were dropped. Tyrone is alive today, and his story is a reminder that our movement still saves lives. As we look ahead, our charge is clear. We must turn our momentum into mobilization. With midterm elections fast approaching, we are doubling down on voter registration, voter education, and voter protection, because every ballot is a voice, and our democracy depends on raising every single one. So today, as we come together to learn, to plan, and to celebrate, let us also pause to honor those who have carried the torch. As we go on with our program today, we'll recognize our awardees, those who have embodied the spirit of the NAACP through their leadership, service, and unwavering commitment to our people. Let the convention remind us that compliance is not the finish line, it's the starting line. We are ready, we are aligned, we are moving forward together. The time is now. Thank you and welcome to the Arizona NAACP State Convention. If you take a look at our agenda, you can see here a brief overview of what today will look like. You will have breaks. We know that convention is going to be long, so if you need to step away, please do. We understand. And I don't see Ms. Gwen on yet, but Ms. Shawana, would you like to introduce Dr. Price, please?
Thank you. Excited and happy to introduce Dr. Price. Dr. Price brings so much to this conversation, as you can see by his very brief bio, that he leads the national efforts to eliminate health disparities and promote equitable outcomes. He is a certified health education specialist, and he serves on the Georgia State University Alumni Board. He is a triple Panther, which I never heard before. I'd never heard that term before, holding his doctorate, his MS in exercise physiology, and a BS in exercise science from Georgia State University. He is raised in a military family, and he now calls Atlanta home. Dr. Price, welcome.
Good afternoon. Well, it's morning for y'all, but afternoon for me here on the East Coast. Appreciate y'all for having me. Thank you. I'm pleasured and honored to be here with y'all today.
Thank you so much. Dr. Price, feel free. We definitely wanted to hear from you, everything that you wanted to share with the members around the great work that you're doing, the good information that's happening. Well, maybe good information, the state of our health at this moment, anything that you wanted to share with the team around health equity and anything that's happening in your work that you think is critical for us to know.
Yeah, that is very important. And one, thank you for taking some time there. What I think would be really helpful right now is let me give you a little bit of insight into some of the work that the Center for Health Equity is doing on the national side right now. So the Center for Health Equity, and even before I kind of do that right there, one, appreciate you for reading my bio. But let me just talk to the people for a minute, a little bit about
Yes.
what I do for my own work. So I'm Dr. Tony. I serve as the senior fellow in the NAACP Center for Health Equity. I've been with the center since January of this year, and I work alongside the center's director, Dr. Chris Purnell. We do all the things health equity related. We work with our units and branches across the nation to help them and to do things just like this. Um, our work is largely centered around four pillars, right? And I want to kind of take everyone through those four pillars. That way, you all have an understanding about what we do and how we focus our work, right? The first pillar that I will mention is equitable access to quality healthcare and equitable health outcomes. When you think about that, and you think about the current climate that we're in, right? You think about hands off our healthcare. You think about no healthcare, no vote. You think about Medicaid unwinding. You think about Medicaid defense, protecting the ACA premium tax credits. You think about reproductive health. We do a lot of work in the space of making sure that our folks and historically marginalized communities have equitable access to health and health outcomes, right? So that is a major pillar of work that we focus on. Two, equitable food systems. One thing that you mentioned in my bio, I have my master's degree in exercise physiology, my bachelor's in exercise science. I am probably one of the few physiologists that will tell you that what you eat is more important than what you do, right? So one thing that we try to promote and we do a little bit of work around is the Eat Well, Live Better Advocacy Forum and advocacy campaign, SNAP advocacy, these social safety net programs. Just to give you all a little bit of insight into, I guess, me personally, one of the things that I like to do is I like to grill, right? I actually got a little bit, some family coming over in a little bit. I got some turkey wings on the smoker right now, right? But when we think about healthy eating and we think about how we can integrate these into our lives, it's important really to make like healthy food choices, right? So one thing that I always preach, particularly living here in the Bible Belt South in Georgia, is you don't have to have ham hocks in everything, right? You can substitute ham hocks for turkey necks, turkey wings. You can change out that high sodium chicken broth to low sodium vegetable broth, right? There are different modifications that you can do to really, increase your nutrient density and make sure that we're getting the best nutrients possible, right, in our diet. The third thing that, or the third pillar rather, for the Center for Health Equity, you think about inclusive healthcare systems and infrastructures, right? Um, One thing that we are avid promoters of is making sure that the people in the healthcare system are reflective of the people in the healthcare system, right? So I say an example, if you take grandma to her primary care doctor on her yearly visit, and she says that she thinks she's got the sugars, and her primary care physician doesn't know that she's actually referring to diabetes, then there is a gap there, right? And so we want to make sure that there are people in the healthcare pipeline that are not only culturally competent, but culturally proficient in everything that is dealing with our health, right? And that lends itself, of course, to whole person care and shared decision making, right? We want to make sure that whenever we enter the healthcare system, that our entire health is looked at, not just components of it, and that we are brought into the decision making process. That way, decisions about us are not made without us, right? And then finally, our last pillar for the Center for Health Equity, which is tried and true public health, healthy people, healthy communities, and health in all policies. A couple of things that we have been doing in this particular space, excuse me, there has been a fair amount of work around menthol ban and the Enough is Enough take down tobacco campaign, where we are really charging folks to put down tobacco, right? We know the adverse effects that it has on our health, and we know what it can do to our futures. And we've had several campaigns, ongoing campaigns about putting tobacco down. And then, most notably, what you all are probably most familiar with is the ACE Your Health Initiative, which is an acronym that stands for Actionable Insights, Community Assets, and Emerging Technologies. In this particular bucket of work with Actionable Insights, that is our research arm. Leader Gwen has probably spoken to you all on several occasions about filling out an ACE Your Health Community Wellness Survey. You've probably gotten emails from me or Dr. Chris about it, but that was really our attempt to get national data from the folks that look like us. That way we can start building out, what are some things in community that are making us healthy and things that are not making us healthy, right? So that is Actionable Insights. Community Assets is going to be the track of work for ACE Your Health, where we are looking at this national survey and we are bringing it up as a national report where everybody will get access to it. And some of the things that we are going to highlight are, one, what are assets that are making people healthier in community, right? So whether people live in close proximity to parks and green spaces, grocery stores, they have access to transportation, or things on the other side of that coin that are making people not so healthy, right? The disparities. One thing that I will share with you all that is unique to Atlanta, where I live, and you all probably experience it in Arizona as well, but there is a particular area in Atlanta where we call it the concrete jungle in downtown, where it is about 5 degrees warmer downtown than it is, say, like 6 miles away. Honestly, not even that far, probably like 3 miles away, where there is more more tree coverage outside of the city center. And what that does is that lowers the temperature in that particular area, right? So we want to uplift different disparities that are making people unhealthy. That way we can share those and people can mitigate, and communities can mitigate against those disparities. And then finally, for ACE Your Health Track E, which is emerging technologies, we are looking to advance, and not only advance, but contribute to the national conversation as it relates to artificial intelligence and machine learning, to make them as racially and gender inclusive as possible. One thing that we are gearing up to do right now, we have been working with, I would say, one of the best folks that we have had the opportunity to work with, Dr. Craig Watkins out of University of Texas, Austin. He is the chair of the ACE Your Health AI Task Force. And what they are gearing up to do right now is launch an AI white paper that is really geared towards the NAACP member base, to educate all of us. And I include myself in that, because this is one area where I'm not the sharpest in, but to include and to advance the conversation, to give us a base level understanding of what AI and machine learning is. What are some things that we can collectively do to be as gender and racially inclusive as possible? And then also some policy proposals that we can close the gap on some of those equity things. So that's a little bit about Acer Health, but then more broadly, the Center for Health Equity. So really thankful to be able to share that with you all and to bring you all into our world, if you will, as you bring me into your world about some of the things that the Center for Health Equity is doing.
Mhm. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Price. I actually have a question, and you may have answered it already, but I'm interested in some of the data, right? Like,
Mhm.
are there any really interesting trends that you're noticing in terms of health equity in our community specifically?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. So the one thing that I would clarify this with is that the Assure Health Community Wellness Survey is officially closed, right? So it
Mhm.
closed at the end of September at midnight in each respective time zone. And what we are doing right now is analyzing the data and getting ready to put it in a place to where we can start reporting out on it and be able to begin discussing it. However, with that being said, one thing that was top of mind for the Ashore Health preliminary interim report that we did during the national convention back in Charlotte over the summer, when we did an interim report out on the Ashore Health Community Wellness Survey, one thing that stood out in the data at that point was that there was a large number of respondents that were college educated that had completed the survey, right? So
Mhm.
one thing that communicated to us was that we needed to do more to target folks outside of that college educated demographic.
Mhm.
So Leader Gwen could probably tell you, we've been on state health chairs calls, our monthly health leads calls. We have been talking literally to anybody that will listen to get them to take the survey, regardless of socio-demographic, education, where they live, anything like that. But that was one thing that really jumped out to us in the interim report. Another thing that I would lift up as well is that for the older adult population, I would say there were there was a fair amount. I don't remember the number off the top of my head exactly, but there was a decent number that did not have access to grocery stores within a 5 to 10 minute travel distance from where they lived, right? So one thing that tells us is that we as a collective, and I say that as the collective, we have to do some work around some of these social determinants of health factors. You think about transportation, you think about barriers to entry, you think about these different things that are preventing people from being their best and healthier selves. We have some work to do nationally in closing that gap and making sure that people have access to the resources that they need to be as healthy as they can be.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I don't want to take up all of the air in the room. I have more questions, but if there are others with questions, I want to make sure that they get those in. So please feel free to raise your hand and come off mute and ask your question. Anyone out there? No? All right. Well, then I have another question, I think, around this whole health conversation, Dr. Price. And
Mhm.
I probably am one of very many people who are thinking about this HR1 bill and the effect that that's going to have, that I
Mhm.
believe that that will have in general. But then I think specifically about our community, right? There's a lot of conversation about general. Well, how do you view this as affecting our community specifically? And what do you think are some of the things that we could do to take care of ourselves in this space?
Yeah, that is a phenomenal question. And I think that's really like top of mind for everyone right now, right? So there are several ways to really kind of break down this particular question. One area or one way that I want to break it down is which folks are going to be affected, right? And I would start off by saying everyone is going to be affected by this. I would articulate that there is probably 1 degree of separation between yourself and somebody that might be affected, right? Whether you think about somebody that is a non-US citizen, you think about somebody that is on Medicaid, Medicare, you think about somebody that is in the family planning space, right? It's really going to affect all folks. And so there's a couple of stats that I think are really important that I think would be helpful to kind of level set and give people an understanding about what is really at stake here, right? When you think about this HR1 bill, and whatever you choose to call it, there, it has several different names, but whatever you choose to call it, there are really 3 things that I would articulate that I think are really going to impact folks, right? One, Medicaid. Medicaid is on the chopping block, right? And what that's going to do is that is going to increase the number of uninsured Americans at a very, and I want to oversimplify this, but that is going to have several downstream impacts, right?
Mhm.
Most notably, when people are uninsured, people are less likely to do things to advance their own economic benefit, right? People are less likely to be homeowners. People are less likely to begin family planning. People are less likely to do things to advance their plight of life, if you will, right? And when you have people that are uninsured, they are going to take that money and use it towards, like covering healthcare costs, and it's going to take away from other areas of their life, right? So people may have to make the decision between, do they get health care or do they get groceries? Do they get health care? Do they pay the light bill? Do they get groceries? Do they pay for childcare? Right? That is a decision point that is here right now. I was going to say it's on the way, but it is here right now. It is present,
Right.
right? So you think about Medicaid cuts as one. Two, work requirements, right? For those that are on Medicaid expansion, and I want to be very clear, not every state has taken part in Medicaid expansion. I'm thinking about Georgia specifically. We are one of those states that are not in Medicaid expansion, right? But for those people that Medicaid currently, before it gets cut, and are in a state where Medicaid has been expanded, there is going to be work requirements that will require those to work at least 80 hours per month, either doing work, training, or community service, right? And when you think about that, if you simplify it down, that's about 20 hours per week in a 4-week month, which translates to part-time work. If you are on Medicaid, there may be some restrictions or some hindrances to people working, right? So if people don't have the ability to work, then people aren't going to have the ability to have Medicaid and aren't going to have the ability to have health insurance, right? So that is something that is certainly top of mind and certainly something that is something we need to pay attention to. And then the third thing that I would mention, the Affordable Care Act impacts, right? The enhanced premium tax credits from the Inflation Reduction Act are, as you all probably aware, have not been extended and will expire at the end of this year, right? And so if people are taking advantage of these ACA premium tax credits, what's going to happen is when they expire, they are going to see their premiums skyrocket, right? And so one thing that I actually want to do, I'm going to drop this link in the chat. And what it is a website called Keep Americans Covered. And if you go to that website and you hover over MAP, and I'm just going to talk folks through this. I won't share my screen or anything like that. But if you hover your mouse over Arizona, you will see the number of folks that are receiving the premium tax credits in the state of Arizona as of 2023, 309,000 people, right? So that number of people are going to lose access to these premium tax credits. Even furthermore, if you click Arizona on that map and you go down to state impact, they have reports for the state and for different districts in the state about the impact of these tax credits. And then you will also be able to, if you hit calculator at the very top, and what you can do, you can enter your zip code, you can enter your household income, like your annual household income and your family household size, right? And it will give you a breakdown of the cost comparison between those with the premium tax credits and what will happen when it expires, right? So that is a resource that I would encourage everyone on this call to, one, look at yourself, get familiar with it, but then two, share it as far wide as possible. That way people can really get an understanding of what's at stake here.
Mhm.
I know that was a very long response, but that was a very loaded question. It felt like it
I
was
bet.
very timely.
I bet. And I apologize for it being so loaded. It is definitely one of the things that I'm thinking about, right? Like I'm concerned about it. And I think, and please tell me if I'm wrong, Dr. Price, when you talk about everyone being impacted, I tend to think about it in the way of people who are on Medicaid or on Medicare. But when I believe that when you talk about even difficulty in getting healthcare, people who may have healthcare through their employers, as an example, there will even be some trickle down effect there. I think if I'm correct.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And one thing that I would add to that as well, right? Everybody is going to see some type of effect downstream because of this bill, whether you think so or not, right? And I'll give you a prime example, very real world. I'll bring you into my world for just a second. My wife and I, we don't have kids. We are in the stage right now, we're thinking about family planning. And one thing that is very top of mind for us is, with my wife being an African American woman, what this experience might look like for her in the healthcare system. One, because she is a Black woman, but two, because of the downstream impacts in the family planning space from HR1. My wife affectionately calls me the chief medical officer in our home, and I proudly wear that badge. And one thing that I am acutely aware of is that whenever we do step into this arena and we do step into this space, we are going to have to be agile. We are going to have to be responsive. And most importantly, we are going to have to be knowledgeable about the landscape. That way we can navigate this accordingly. Now, granted, the landscape is changing, new information comes out every day. But to come back to your question, Leader Bagley, it's going to affect everyone, right? So whether you think so or not, you got to be knowledgeable and responsive to what the landscape is. That way, folks can govern themselves accordingly.
Mhm. And when you say be knowledgeable, what does that mean? How can we? This was a very informative conversation, and I think that you have shared a lot that maybe a good number of us didn't know. How can we continue to educate ourselves? What would you suggest be our first points of entry in terms of these conversations, and then what actions we could and should take for ourselves?
Right, right. That's a really good question. So I think the first point of entry is to really start off with identifying, what are you curious about, right?
Mm.
I think people have a natural inclination to learn more about what they're curious about. So start there. start with whatever you're curious about. There are several different resources online. And one thing I want to be very clear about, right? When you find these resources online, please, please, please make sure that they are reputable resources and that they are
Mhm.
credible resources. Not everything on the internet is true, right? So
There's
it's
that.
really important for us to make sure that we find these credible resources. Another thing that I'm going to drop here in the chat, the NAACP has a no healthcare, no vote website that has several different resources about why Congress has to act on protecting our healthcare like right now. And it trickles, and like the Venn
Mhm.
diagram is almost a flat circle between protecting our healthcare and the HR1 bill, right? It is almost a complete circle. However, what I want to draw folks' attention to, if you click that link that I just put in the chat, you scroll down, there is a part of the page where you can email your senator, right? And when you talk about taking action, that is one area that I would advise everyone to take action, right? You can fill out the information on this form. You can get specific information about your senator. And I know this is being recorded. So if anybody outside of Arizona looks at this, you can also click this and find information about your senator outside of Arizona. But in Arizona, it will kind of create some messaging for you. It will tell you who to contact. It will give you how to contact them, different things like that. And what that's going to do is that's going to allow the policymakers to hear from the people being impacted by the policy, right? Which is us. So when you think about what to do, that is a place where I would start is right there, contacting your senator to get some information and to make your voice heard.
Mhm. That's great. Thank you so much for that. Any questions, any thoughts out there for Dr. Price?
Hey, Dr. Price, this is Vice President Miller. I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
What right now is National doing in terms of like pending litigation in terms of healthcare and the things that the administration is doing to try to strip those?
Right. That's a great question. In terms of litigation, I'll be totally honest with you. I am not 100% right now sure on that. I would have to talk to the Office of General Counsel. However, one thing that I can share, and if you were at convention during the summer, then you are probably aware of this. There is a hands off our healthcare resolution that is going before the national board for ratification that speaks to this very issue, right? About cutting Medicaid, cutting Medicare, these social safety net programs, and things of that nature. One thing that I will share that the Center for Health Equity has done and is doing, we have corresponded with several different outlets to bring them into our state health chairs forum, to bring them into our monthly health leads forum, to educate our constituency, our members about what this means and what they can do to take action, right? So those are just a couple of things that we have done. As this fight develops and as these issues continue to progress, we will continue to be agile, continue to be responsive in how we react to them. And one thing that I would share is that, as things develop, we will continue to be proactive about making sure that our members are educated and that they have resources at their disposal.
Mhm. That's a great question. Thank you for that, Dr. Price.
Mhm.
Gisette, I see you. Hello.
Hi, this is Gisette Knight, 3rd VP for West Valley NAACP. I have a question. I want to get your personal opinion on something because healthcare is advancing and is moving in all types of directions. How do you feel about healthcare and AI, and how do you feel or think is going to impact the Black community?
Ooh, man. How did I knew you were going to go there? I think that is a fantastic
Wow.
question. And so one thing that I think, and I'm going to lean back to the Acer Health piece and the Track E work. one thing that we are utilizing this particular work to do is to understand that exact question, right? I think there is a lot of don't know out there. People don't know about AI. People don't know how they can utilize it to enhance their patient experience when they venture into the healthcare space. And so, with this AI white paper that the task force is doing, what it is really going to be charged to do is to empower anybody that reads it to understand what AI is going to do, how to use it, and how to enhance the patient experience using AI, right? One thing that and you asked for my personal opinion, so I will give you my personal opinion here. I do think that there are more pluses than negatives for using AI in the healthcare process. Now, with that being said, I am fully mindful that there are biases in AI, right? You put bad data in, you're going to get bad data out. However, I do think that as we continue to understand AI and as we continue to venture into this space, that it can be a tool to better our patient experience in the healthcare system. That's one side of it. And then two, I do think there are opportunities for healthcare providers to use it as an asset as well in their health, as they provide healthcare. I think it can be a both and situation. And I do think that there are opportunities to empower us using AI in the healthcare space.
It's a great question. Thank you for that, Gisette. Anyone else out there? Dr. Price, I probably have just one more question in the health equity space around fundraising.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of work to be done, right? And we know that the work can't be done for free, right? There's some cost to it. How I think about two things. How can organizations effectively measure and communicate that return on the investment in the space first? And then second, I think about successful strategies for securing some of that flexible and sustained funding as opposed to short-term, right, momentary dollars, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely. So one, the first part of that question, excuse me, I think those of us in the public health slash nonprofit space really have to meaningfully engage in the art of storytelling, right?
Mhm.
I think there is a way that you can take data, you can take events, you can take captured elements and convert them into a story that is palpable and consumable to somebody on the receiving end of that, right? And I think storytelling is one of the best ways to capture the ear and capture the heart of those folks who are in the fund giving space, right? So that's one thing. Two, to answer the second part of your question, it is tricky when you are trying to get funds and they're project based, they're term based, and things like that. One thing that kind of comes to mind is when you think about what is it? Restricted versus non-restricted funding, right? And essentially what that is project funding, funding that is specifically for a project that is going to be restricted funding, right? Where the only thing you can do with that money is use it for that particular project. When you have unrestricted funding, you are able to utilize more or do more programming, do more things with unrestricted funding, and finding funding outlets that are able to provide unrestricted funding versus restricted funding. The final thing that I would add to that as well is diversification of funding, right? I think it says something when a lot of the nonprofit space, and I'm specifically thinking about public health nonprofit, a lot of the funding in that space is grant funded, right? Where it does have term limits, and you may be going, you know, for 3 years, and then you got to re-up again after another 3 years. So I think funding diversification, indirect, or I'm sorry, not indirect, but restricted versus non-restricted funding, and then storytelling, I think those are really going to be like 3 critical pieces to you know, sustained and sustainable funding.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A lot of really, really good information. My gosh. Are there any last questions out there for Dr. Price? No? All right. Well, then, Dr. Price, thank you so. I see Miss RJ. Hello.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm so glad to see and hear
Good
you.
to see you.
Thank
Good
you,
to see
Dr.
you.
Price, for being there, and it's good to see you, Shwana. Just a couple of questions come to mind. One is that there's an attack on environmental science that we should all be concerned with when so many folks are, so many of our people are living in areas where the environment can be extremely toxic to family, to friends, to community, and there seems to be not just no understanding, but a fight against environmental sciences that I'm very concerned about, especially in rural areas and in many urban areas as well. So the question comes to mind is, how are we going to counter that? And then there's also the issues specifically in Arizona, but across many rural states, because we are a rural state, is the closing of clinics and hospitals in rural areas, so that people will have to decide whether or not to travel or just not receive their health care. We also have a shortage of medical personnel. So, you know, any suggestions that you have with regard to those shortages would be extremely helpful right now. And also, I guess lastly is, do you feel heard at all by HHS?
Wow. Let me start at the very end and then work my way backwards from there. With do I feel heard by HHS? Personally, I would say no. I know in the spaces that I'm in, I have a lot of, and I think back to like my classmates from my DRPH program that are in the federal workforce. And that was actually part of the inspiration for one of the resolutions that I wrote around reinstating the federal workforce that had been improperly affected, and continues to be affected, right? So one, to answer your last question, no, but then also I don't think they're listening. I don't think they want people talking to them, right? So that's a whole separate issue. Going back to your middle question, that is a tough spot when you think about healthcare providers in rural spaces. In a previous lifetime ago, I did some work in rural communities across the nation. And that was one thing that we constantly struggled with, even before the current political landscape, right? And one of the things that I think is a pressing issue, and I'm not sure that I have the answer to it, is really the patient to provider ratio. When you look at the rural community and the rural context, it's already very disproportionate as it is. But then when you look at these rural healthcare centers, these rural hospitals, these FQHCs closing, it's going to make even more of a disproportionate impact. And I think if we had the answer to that question, then we would all probably be millionaires. I say that half jokingly, but I'm also very half serious with that as well. And then to answer,
They are, I'm sorry to interrupt you, they are defunding FQHCs. Does everyone on the call know what that is? Okay.
so that's a federally qualified health center.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And then to answer your first question, about people seeking healthcare in the areas where these healthcare centers are closing, that is unfortunate. And that is unfortunately a reality that we are dealing with right now, to where people are having to make that decision about, do they drive 2 or 3 hours to have a healthcare appointment, to get healthcare, or do they stay where they are? And one of the negative things about that is people in those scenarios have to make the decision as to, do they take a half day of work unpaid to go to, get medical coverage, or do they go to work and get the money that they would otherwise need to pay for groceries, pay for a bill, or something like that? That is a very unfortunate reality that we are living in right now. And I think the current landscape is really only going to accentuate and double down on that problem.
I agree. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Price. Dr. Willis.
Hello. Hi, Dr. Price. How are you?
Hey, good to see you.
I know, finally, meet online, I should say. So I have two comments, but I want you to share, Dr. Price, what your thoughts are about what RJ had mentioned as far as how do we get more services to the rural areas and more providers, I should say.
Mhm.
And so a couple of comments that came to mind was, I think there has to be more incentives for healthcare providers, right?
Mhm.
As a provider myself, I think about, what are some of those things that can be useful to get more of us in these places where there, as we all know, is a shortage for sure. Is there opportunity for funding from states or whatever to actually invest in more organizations or more clinics and things like that that we can bring to these rural spaces, more telehealth practices, things such as that. And then also another part of this would be, how does the insurances fit in, right? I think these are all things that needs to be considered when we're talking about increasing the level of providers in these rural spaces that are not getting enough access to care.
Mhm. Yeah, that's a really good point. And so one, I really like your idea and your thoughts around incentivizing healthcare providers to go to these rural spaces, right? I think part of the challenge is who is offering the incentive and what the incentive is, right? When you think about these spaces in these states, a lot of that is going to be state specific. And because, for lack of a better phrase, each state has their own governing authority, not authority, but their governing principles, if you will. It's really going to be dependent state to state. Now, the one thing that you did mention that I really agree with is increasing the telehealth services. I know one thing that was really prominent during the COVID-19 public health emergency was the availability and the access to telehealth services, right? Since that public health emergency has been rolled back, you have subsequently seen some of the telehealth services be rolled back as well. I am personally of the mindset that those telehealth services need to be reinstated and need to be brought back to the forefront, right? So I am certainly of the mindset there. But then also, I think on the flip side to that, if we increase the availability of telehealth medicine, we also have to increase the broadband infrastructure that supports telehealth medicine across the nation, right? And one of the biggest issues, I'm sure it's prevalent for Arizona, I know it's prevalent for Georgia as well, is that you have spaces that are miles away from a major city center that are still using dial-up internet or have very slow speeds, right? And what happens is people are not able to get that adequate care, that adequate service, because they don't have the broadband internet to support telehealth medicine, right? So yes, I 100% agree with you that I do think telehealth needs to be brought back, and not just for Arizona, not just for Georgia, but I say that nationally, right, across the nation. But I also think that the broadband infrastructure has to be built out to support that telehealth expansion as well.
I agree. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Price. We are just a few minutes over on the time that you committed to spend with us. We know that you have family and good eats that you're prepared for this afternoon. So I'm really excited and a tiny bit envious. But we appreciate every single thing that you do for NAACP, for our community, in terms of advancing health and health equity and all of the other spaces that you play big in. Thank you for doing all that you do day in and day out. Thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful, wonderful day, sir.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for the invitation. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your convention, and we will see each other around soon. Have a
We
good
sure
one,
will.
y'all.
We sure will. Thank you.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right. And so next on the list, we had VP Kane, who I don't see is with us at this moment. So we're going to push through, and I'm going to invite Brother Isom to come up and to share with us his update for the Criminal Justice Committee. Brother Isom, you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm
There you
here.
go.
I'm trying to bring my camera online, and you should see it. Yes.
There
Good
you are.
afternoon,
Take it away.
everybody. My name is Anthony Isom, and I have the privilege of being your state conference criminal justice chairperson. It's really important. Am I advancing the slides, or will somebody else control that?
I am advancing the slide, sir. So when you're ready, you can just tell me to move the slide forward and I will do it.
Okay, you can move it forward, please.
Perfect.
Let me head on down this hill. Because I need to get in here and make this phone call today.
I'm sorry. Can we just all mute ourselves? Brother Isom, are you seeing my slide?
No, I see Dr. Price's slide.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and then start sharing again. You should see your slide.
Nope, still no comma.
It is telling me I am sharing my screen.
Madam Vice President, it shows that it's loading.
Oh, it's showing it's loading. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry it's taking a moment.
Yes, here we are.
Okay.
And again, my name is Anthony Isom, and I have the privilege of serving as your criminal justice chairperson for the state conference, Arizona State Conference, as well as the greater Huachuca area branch. I have 10 minutes to unpack a lot of stuff regarding criminal justice, so let's get into it. The first slide depicts our objectives and purpose. As you can see, our first objective is to eliminate unfair practicing of sentences. Next, we hope to embrace effective law enforcement policies by getting involved with community law enforcement. We want to ensure and restore voting rights to the formerly incarcerated. We advocate for crime victims and survivors. We review zero tolerance policies in schools. And this is important because we've noted that schools have zero tolerance policies for their students. And such policies usually or often result in students being expelled from school or given some other type of severe punishment. And it's been our observation that these zero tolerance policies have focused more on students of color. than the general population of the school districts. So we're taking a look at that. We'll work with local law enforcement to maintain safety and order. And finally, we seek budget modifications to de-emphasize incarceration as a main objective. Now, the Criminal Justice Committee for Arizona, the state conference, is broken down into several areas. And first of all, we're talking about the Phoenix metro area, which is unique because it is comprised of 3 separate branch criminal justice programs. The first is East Valley, which is chaired by Ms. Michelle Rose. West Valley, which is chaired by Mr. Larnell Farmer, and Maricopa, which is chaired by Ms. Princess Lucas Wilson. And there are a lot of activities that are not represented on this slide, but due to our time constraints, I'll highlight just a few. Okay, the first from Phoenix Metro is a program, well, not a program, but a shared reading or a suggested reading by East Valley regarding the article, the magazine article, The Price of Innocence. And this depicts the unfortunate price of innocent people being incarcerated. And we'll touch on this at several points during my presentation. People that are incarcerated, especially if they're innocent, run the risk of losing their families, their jobs, their homes, and a plethora of other disadvantages that shouldn't have occurred. The committee is concerned with increased police shootings in the area with no apparent accountability, and its concerns grow as increased ICE activity occurs in the region. Next slide, please. Next the next region that we'll talk about is the Tucson region, which is chaired by Mr. Curry Hale. The committee continues to pursue bail reform and voting rights legislation. The committee raises the alarm over the presidential action to end cashless bail. And the branch hosted a fall community forum on the 11th of this month, in fact, last week, to discuss cash bail and voting rights initiatives. So Tucson is the tip of the spear on a lot of the cash bail, voting rights, and other legislation regarding inmates in prison. They are very effective, and their actions have reached to the state legislature. Next slide, please. This slide covers the greater Huachuca area, for which yours truly, Anthony Isom, is the chairperson of the Criminal Justice Committee. We're focusing a lot of our attention on the activation of the Community Advisory Board with law enforcement. Now, the Community Advisory Board with law enforcement is a group of senior law enforcement executives in the county, in Cochise County. And they are comprised of Sierra Vista, Douglas, Tombstone, Benson, Wilcox, Huachuca City, and the Fort Huachuca Military Reservation, to include the entire county County of Cochise, which is represented by our Sheriff Mark Daniels. The branch hosted a community engagement forum on the 15th of this year, and we talked about many of these issues. We talked about the relationship of the NAACP and the immigration system and situation in our country. It's a fact that Cochise County has the largest border in the state with Mexico. And at our forum, we have representatives from the Mexican Council. And that was very effective. We discussed collaborations between them and people needing their services in the county. We're working with Cochise County to establish the Cochise County Jail District. This project is to construct and replace the Cochise County Jail, which is in serious disrepair. We had a jail district organization in 2022, of which the branch was a participant, and we discussed the establishment. That issue is on our ballot on the 4th of November to vote as a special election to replace the Cochise County Jail at a price or at an obligated tax expense of 1/2 cent, 1/2 of 1 cent for sales tax or excise tax. And we're looking at, since the branch was a part of the decision-making process of all this, we're encouraging people to find out all the information and to vote to make this happen, because our involvement included a tour of the facility. And we saw exposed electrical wiring, crumbling floors, which represents a fall hazard. There's very limited space for attorneys and their inmate clients to discuss their various cases in private. It's infested with rodent and insect it's a bad situation. So we here in Cochise County, among other things, are looking at replacing the existing jail. Next slide, please. Our state activity. This area is covered by Diane. Diane, hold on a second. Diane Post. She is an attorney who works in the area of our state legislature. And she reports to the committee on areas covering criminal justice legislation in the state. And the first thing out of many that she has reported on, these are the things that we pull out to report to you. Proposition 314, which makes it illegal, makes illegal border crossings a state crime. And this is actually on hold. This legislation is on hold pending a similar legislation that's going on in Texas. State or Senate Bill 1500 was signed by the governor, and it covers reparations for the wrongfully incarcerated. And this circles back to what I talked about a few slides ago about the article, The Price of Innocence. Senate Bill 1405 is also signed by the governor, that covers mental health transition programs for eligible inmates. Support is encouraged for the Second Look movement. And this is an initiative that gives the court system the opportunity to look at cases for inmates that have been in the system incarcerated for quite a while. Typically, they're over the age of 55 and have served a significant portion of their sentence. The Second Look movement is an effort to give these people a second chance to get out, reestablish families and employment, and things like that. We're encouraging everybody to encourage the court system to move this program along. And finally, this support is encouraged to support national bailout for eligible inmates that have not committed violent crimes and that may be eligible to get early paroles or have their sentences turned over or turned out. Next slide, please.
Getting there. I'm sorry.
Oh, in summary, the committee is seeking to expand coverage, criminal justice committee coverage to branches in Flagstaff, Yuma, and Pinal County. The cost of justice is sometimes high, but is necessary to maintain a free society.
Mm-hmm.
Please share your constructive comments with members of your local branch criminal justice committees, and hopefully we'll get back to you, and maybe your questions can spark new areas of concern that we could be looking into.
Mm-hmm. So, Brother Isom, I actually have a question. You started to touch on juveniles and youth and the school to prison pipeline. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Well, the school to prison pipeline is it's not a program necessarily, but it is what happens when people. Yes. I'm sorry.
No, I was agreeing. I was saying it's not a program, but it's a fact.
Yes, exactly. It's not a program, but it occurs when people aren't paying attention, enough attention to the needs of our young people. Oftentimes, young people are led and encouraged and negatively influenced by the street. And it seems like the law enforcement community is taking advantage or focusing on that to make sure that these young people don't end well in our society. What happens is we have for-profit prison systems that the NAACP and the criminal justice system is trying to eliminate. What school to prison pipeline is doing, whether meaningfully or not, or intentionally or not, is channeling people to populate these, well, not just private prisons, but all prisons, for a profit motive, rather than to help the students and the young people that are involved in the system. It's an unfortunate reality, but I think we should be, as a NAACP or NAACP organization, excuse me, to focus more on that. Focus more, bring the churches into the discussion. Bring other community organizations into the discussion, because this is disproportionately negatively impacting young people of color.
Mhm. Thank you for that. Stags, I see your hand raised.
Hello, I'm Stags. I am from the West Valley branch. I'm the political action uh, chair, and we work a lot with different coalitions that are assisting in helping with the prison reform, abolish private prisons, as well as restorative justice. And I think that they have some really great things. Have you guys heard of or work with them? And if not, what does it look like to for the NAACP to assist with lowering the rate of which the recidivism rate, which going back into the cycle. That 3-strike law obviously makes it so that people just get in there from school and then just stay in there.
Well, the recidivism has been a major problem in the criminal justice system, not just in Arizona, obviously, but across the nation. That's the statistic that doesn't seem to be improving. And one of the ways that the NAACP can help is to increase focus. And this is one of the things that I'm going to lead a discussion of with our criminal justice state conference committee members, is how we as a committee can move forward to address these problems. We have to go to, as I said before, the churches, the cooperating law enforcement agencies around the state, some of the other institutions, the school system, to emphasize the importance, because recidivism by definition is continuing to go into the prison, address, incarceration cycle. And that cycle has to be broken. It's not easy. So we have to have these discussions by people that are interested in solving the problem and not just letting it perpetuate.
Mhm. Dr. Willis?
Hello, I just have a question. So, as somebody that actually, I'm sure maybe others here have worked in a prison, but have actually worked in a prison system with men doing treatment and so forth. I guess my question, we were talking about recidivism rates, right? And understanding what we need to do, or some conversation about mental health treatment, making sure that people have what they need when they are being released from prison. Because I know at one point, and this might have changed, well, I hope it has changed. When I was working in a prison system, when the men would be released, it was about, okay, if they didn't have an address that they were being released to, they would drop them off at a specified location, give them a Visa gift card with minimal money on that, and then would just kind of let them off on their way, right? And for somebody, as we know, that have done, long-term prison system or sentences and things like that, or even if they were in there for a short time with no resources, that's going to put them in that cycle of recidivism, and that they will more likely commit a crime because of the lack of resources. So my question is, have you and the committee, are you, I should say, working with the Department of, I think they changed the name, rehabilitation something, to see how these things are being addressed systemically, so that we can, as a community, do what we can to lower the recidivism rates?
Well, as far as the state conference criminal justice committee, we look forward to circling our wagons to discuss and look for remedies to this particular situation. But here in Cochise County, at the Greater Huachuca area branch, we are working very closely with our county law enforcement senior executives. Particularly, as I mentioned earlier, we will have a vote coming up on the 4th of November. And that vote will be to construct a new jail so that these people could be housed in. And people sometimes look at, wow, the jail, that's a negative thing. Maybe, we should spend our resources elsewhere. But it's important for us to note that the people that are incarcerated, as well as the staff of this facility, are entitled to a clean and healthful environment. And to speak to your question about recidivism, establish a healthy and effective mental health environment. We have a program that exists in our current jail that addresses mental health prior to people being released, or either on parole or having served their time here in town. And there is a solid concern by the senior law enforcement officials here that work with us. They consult our branch on things that we think are important as far as making our law enforcement community and environment safer and better for the entire county, so to speak. So mental health is part of that problem. Education and pre-release programs, to get people involved in education with Cochise Community College and other programs to provide outreach for the recently incarcerated so that they can have a better foothold when they do leave the jail system. And I'm proud to say that recidivism here in Cochise County is getting better. There are those outliers in the system, but having said that, overall, the system, still needs a lot of improvement, but recidivism rates have gone down here in the county. And I attribute that to the cooperation between the law enforcement community, the branch, the churches, and the education system here in Cochise County to make that work.
Excellent. 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 Thank you so much, Brother Isom, for the work that you and your committee are doing. We appreciate all of the hard work and the commitment. Very good conversation. Next, we have up our environmental committee. Let me see. I don't think I see any of those folks on the call. All right. So then we are going to move forward. Oops, I am missing something here. I'm sorry, team. I'm going to move forward with the vet team. And so Miss Gus, I see you with us.
Yes, how are you? This is Julia Gussie.
We are great. Thank you so much for joining, Miss Gussie, and thank you for correcting my pronunciation of your name. I apologize for missing that. We don't have a bio for you, but would you please introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about what you do, and then talk about the information that you and Ms. Dacia have provided for us today.
Ms. Dacia, do you want to go ahead and start?
Ms. Dacia's not on the call today.
Oh, okay. All right. Then let me begin. I am the legislative liaison for the Arizona Department of Veteran Services. And what I do is I'm the paid lobbyist for the Department of Veteran Services within the state. What we're trying to do is bring better legislation for our veteran population. So we work with our legislators both on both sides of the aisle and make sure we work with our governor to make sure that we're aligned to all the services that we provide. I did want to share with you all today some of the information that we're providing for our veteran population, and it goes in pair with what's already been spoken about. I want to make sure that the disparate let me start by giving you a little bit of my bio. I was working for the Biden administration within the Department of Veteran Affairs. I was a political appointee. I was there for 2 years, and I came back to Arizona. This is my home state. I am a veteran myself. I am an Air Force veteran. My husband's also a veteran, Navy veteran. So I've been working in the veteran space for about 15 years. I was the former director for the Veterans Upward Bound program at Arizona State University. And we've seen so many disparities between our veteran population and our civilian population. But I did want to share with you right now before I forget. This is kind of off topic. Do I have the ability to share my screen?
You can.
Well, whether I do or do not, I'm just wanted to share with you all our website. I want to make sure that everyone's aware of DVS, Department of Veteran Services .az.gov. One of the reasons why I wanted to share that website is because there are so many opportunities coming up at the beginning of the year for grant opportunities. I know our veteran population, when they come out of being incarcerated, they have some issues getting back into society. And it goes with the, social determinants of health. They need a job, they can't get a job. One of the things that the governor has done in the state of Arizona is make sure that we're giving preference to our veteran population, regardless of their status, formerly incarcerated or not. So we want to make sure that they get a job. And we as an agency have a hard time being everywhere at the same time. There are grants available for organizations to take on the funding and do these projects. So if there's anyone out there that's interested in doing some veteran outreach in the communities, especially in the prisons, this is an opportunity for you all to get some funding from the state and do what you can to make sure that we're reaching our veteran population. So one of the things that I wanted to speak to you all about is our veteran claims. So when a veteran leaves the service, and let's say they have a disability or they're suffering from PTSD, if they have something that the military has cost them as far as physical ailment or psychological ailment, they should be filing their veteran claims. A lot of people are going to paid claim agencies. And what I mean by that is the state is fighting shark claims. These are individuals that's, attorneys that say, hey, I'll do your claim for you. Let's get you on board. But then they turn around and they take about 20% of whatever the back pay is for those individuals. And this has become a problem within the state. I've seen it firsthand. People come to us. I'm sorry, am I still live?
You are.
Okay. I have a frozen screen on my end, but anyways, so
Well, did you want me to push forward? The screen that I'm showing is what's new and then disability. Are you past this part in your conversation, Ms. Gussie?
no, let me follow through with what I provided as far as what I was going to be presenting today. But
Okay.
one of the things that we're finding is the veteran benefits. People are going to these shark claims. They're taking back pay. I had an individual come in and complain that that they went to an attorney to get their claim done. We intervened. We went ahead and got her 100% service-connected claim done, and she ended up owing the claim sharks about $20,000. Why? Because she had already signed a contract with them to give them a percentage of whatever she was going to gain, regardless whether we were involved or not. So we're trying to prevent people from going and doing their claims with other agencies or attorneys. We do it completely free of charge, and our success rate is at 96%. So if you could all get that message across, if we could get the message across to all our veterans to please try using a state agency first, or a VSO, American Legion, VFW, any veteran service organization that it's going to do it for them for free, instead of going to an attorney, which an attorney does not have a better success rate than we do, because they're going to have to go through the same process we do with the Department of Veteran Affairs. The second item that I wanted to talk about is, okay, so family benefits. A lot of people don't understand what the benefits are for their dependents or their spouses, and there are many, many benefits out there. And if you all are interested in, if you're a child of a veteran and you want to know what type of educational services or what you qualify for, it's best that you get together with our agency and make sure that we open up a claim. A veteran benefit counselor will talk to you and let you know what services or what benefits the individuals are eligible for. I just recently came across a woman who her husband had died. She understood that he was a disabled vet. He was getting a paycheck through his disability compensation, but she didn't understand too much about it because she wasn't involved with the finances. Well, after he died, she came to our agency. We went ahead and filed a disability claim for her to receive the death benefits that he qualified for. He actually died from a service-connected disability. So she's able to recuperate and get that compensation for the rest of her life. So these are benefits that many individuals don't know they're even eligible for. Then the educational benefits, I just talked a little bit about when I was in DC working for the Department of Veteran Affairs, we found that our minorities our HSIs, our Hispanic serving institutions, and our Black serving institutions, a lot of our veterans, our minority veterans, aren't using their educational benefits as our counterparts are. Why? A lot of our veterans, once they leave the service, they're in their 20s and they have a hard time getting back into education, higher education, especially if they haven't been informed or been around higher ed. Where do they start? How do I use my benefits? That sort of a conversation. A lot of them have children as well, but our VA, Department of Education, GI Bill benefits are so robust that a lot of these veterans are going to get their degrees. But if you don't know how to start, that's where, we need to intervene and make sure that our veterans are using these benefits. These benefits are paying for their housing, they're paying for everything, their books, everything. And then there's also a yellow ribbon program that'll pick up the tab for whatever's missing from the GI Bill. So our veterans need to start using these benefits that they earned. And we find that they're not using it, especially not our Latino veterans or our Black veterans. And then lastly, I did want to talk a little bit about some of the social issues, reparation. We did have a couple of veterans that have been deported due to their immigration status. When you enlist in the military, the last thing you have in mind is to make sure that you have your legal status. And for some reason, that sounds so foreign to so many individuals. I'm a first generation American, so I understand the ramifications that if we don't do this right when we join the service, you could lose all your benefits. I had a case that came up when I was with the Biden administration. This young man, he had enlisted under the DACA program during the Obama administration. He had been brought to this country as a minor, and he enlisted in the United States Army as a DACA student, and served his country, did everything by the book. When he got out, he never got his immigration status changed never got his U.S. citizenship. So it was about 3 weeks after he had left the service. Once you leave the service, you feel you're free and so forth. Well, this young man was pulled over with a DUI. This young man was deported. He did not have his citizenship, although he did have an honorable discharge from the United States Army. He was deported. So information like this, no one's going to tell them, hey, go get your citizenship. no one's going to give them the heads up that this is something that needs to be done while you're on active duty. But and then he's dealing with the ramifications now of his DUI. Yes, the DUI wasn't a good thing for him to do, but this should not have cost him his citizenship. He had served our country honorably, and well, I'm not going to go into too many details of that. Also, our LGBTQ community, a lot of our active duty individuals are being informed that if you are under this administration, they're going through. I can't touch too much on this because I'm currently an active lobbyist for the state of Arizona, so I'm not going to go into too many details on that. As far as our women veterans, this is also a population that I think, as a female veteran myself, I don't think the United States Department of Defense was prepared to see this many women enlisting and to see this many women veterans. This is the highest rate of female veterans leaving the service and coming into our communities. It's the largest number. I mean, it traditionally hasn't been a large number of females enlisting, but now the numbers are getting larger. So I don't think our hospitals are prepared to serve our female population. I speak that because I am a VA. I do get my services through the VA hospitals. And so this is something that needs to be looked at a little bit deeper. Also on military sexual trauma, I worked with a couple of different lobbyists to make sure that we're getting a legislation passed for our female veterans. But I know this is a lot of information in a short period of time. I just wanted to address some of these issues. Please, 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 if you all have time, visit dvs.az.gov to get more information about our grants. So if you have a great idea, hey, I want to do an NAACP event that focuses around our veterans to make sure that they're getting all their services that they earned, all the benefits that they earned. If you have a great idea about this, find the funding, find free funding through the state. The state will fund your programs if you all apply. And these grants, large VDF grants, Veteran Donation Fund grants, these funds come from direct payments that the general population, everyone is buying those license plates that say veteran, Air Force, Marine, whatever it is that the freedom, even the freedom plates. So $7 of each of those plates go towards this Veteran Donation Fund. So you can apply for these funds up to $150,000 if you want, if you're going to do some type of service related program for veterans. So please, by all means, use these funds. It's available for us to use. And if you have a great idea, please go to dvs.az.gov.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Gussie. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for all of the hard work that you do. We really, really appreciate it. And just the whole vet community. Thank you for all that you do. Are there any questions for Ms. Gussie?
Yes, this is Ace from the West Valley NAACP. I'm the vice president, also the chairman of the Veterans Committee. I put my contact information in there. I would love for her to get in contact with me because I have some concerns that I would like to address to see if we can correct in the community. I do veteran outreach as well as substance abuse and mental health. Please contact me. I would love to sit down and talk to you.
Yes, definitely. And one of the things that I did want to share with you all, I'm going to go ahead and put my email address, my formal AZDVS address on here. Please reach out to me. If there's a question or a concern that you have a veteran that, is not getting their benefits for whatever reason, or if you have a concern that you need to elevate it to a level that the governor needs to get involved, I'm the person to do that for you. So I'm going to share my email address here. Please formally send me an email so that I could contact our legislative staff or anyone within our department that could resolve your issue. So I'm going to share my email here. Mr. Carter, please, by all means, I will reach out to you as well.
Yes,
Excellent.
please. I can't copy the email because I'm driving right now. But if you could send me that, I would greatly appreciate it.
I will. Thank you.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All appreciate everything that you all are doing, and thank you for this great information that's being shared. We are just a little bit over in the agenda in terms of time. So we're going to go ahead and take our first break. I'm going to ask us to rejoin at about 11:50, so 10 minutes to 12. Thank you for your time so far this morning. I hope the conference has been a success so far, and we still got more to go. So please rejoin us at 10 minutes to 12, 11:50. Thank you. Excellent, excellent. We are at 11:50, and so hopefully folks are here. If you're here, just say I'm here in the chat or throw a thumbs up or a something to let me know you're here. Yeah, there we go. Excellent, excellent. Yes, Miss RJ, we will definitely send out information. Thank you for joining. Miss Yolanda, we appreciate you. All right, and so we see Fallon and the youth and that group on. All right, excellent. All right, so we are going to go on ahead and get moving, and we're going to start this next piece of the convention with our legal redress chair, Miss Lexi. Miss Lexi, ready when you are.
Good morning, everyone. I hope all is well. Thank you so much for having me. And Miss VP and I are going to be doing this one a little together. So instead of just having more of a presentation for you, I wanted to have a little bit more of a roundhouse table discussion. So I do ask for you to participate as much as possible. Right after this slide, I'm going to throw up a whiteboard, and I will explain a little bit more when we get there, but I would love if everyone could participate as much as possible. And again, as Ms. VP said, my name is Lexi Aisa. I am the Legal Redress Chair for the NAACP Arizona State Conference. I'm also a civil rights attorney here in downtown Phoenix. So today, what I want to talk about as Legal Redress Chair is the pitfalls of the law, not the strength of it, but the pitfalls of it, how it fails us in our communities, our brown and Black communities, versus the power of our people and how we can use our own power, our own collective people's power to uplift, defend, and strengthen and empower ourselves in ways that the laws were never designed to do and will never be able to do. So I have two examples for you guys on that, and then we're going to get to the engagement part. Pitfalls of the law. So as many as you know, after George Floyd's murder in 2020, there was the October 2020 protest by BLM protesters in downtown Phoenix. At that time, there were 18 protesters, 3 of which were minors, arrested, and 15 of them were charged with fake gang charges that the Maricopa County Attorney's Office and the Phoenix Police Department colluded and conspired to, by definition, make up and fabricate to oppress these protesters. They created fake evidence. They lied in their reports. They lied to the courts. They, again, created not only fake evidence just in, oh, I saw this, they sharpened their nails to be claws, but they also sharpened their umbrella sticks to be weapons. They are in a gang because they believe ACAB, which some of you may know, some of you may not, but that was the basis of these fictitious charges. Now, there were over 15 protesters charged with this, and this changed their lives. Some of them lost jobs. Some of them couldn't finish school. And it was years before they got any movement, any traction. And that's because, again, the pitfalls of the law was not there for them. It failed them. And it wasn't until years later that they got a settlement by Phoenix PD and the Maricopa County Attorney's Office for $6 million to go out to the protesters for these fake charges. And at the end of the day, April Sponsel, who was the lead prosecutor on these cases, she was forced to resign and terminated from MCAO, Maricopa County Attorney's Office, for these fictitious charges and conspiring with Phoenix PD to use the law against our communities, trying to uplift, empower, and defend ourselves. Just another example really quick of this one is the same woman, April Sponsel. She used to do such crazy things with the law and get away with it as the lead prosecutor. For example, she would charge a man with felony assault on an officer for having a ballpoint pen and saying he had a dangerous weapon, a felony assault. That's how the law is used against us. And we could go all the way back to Jim Crow and how that's formed into mass incarceration. That it's an ongoing cycle, and the law is not here for us. And I do want to emphasize that, because I do think sometimes we think the law is the end all be all, and that's the only way we can make a difference for ourselves. But I want to show you guys and help talk about the other ways that we can help defend ourselves, empower ourselves, educate ourselves, uplift our communities without using the law that was never meant for us from the get-go. So an example of that is the power of the people. And recently, as many of you know, without it becoming a politically charged discussion, there was the Palestine protest by the ASU protesters, the student protesters. In that time, 71 of them were arrested for protesting on campus. They were charged. They went to court. Local grassroots organizations, not national ones, local grassroots organizations organized countless petitions, rallies, packed the court dates, press conferences, everything. Yes. I love this comment. I'm actually, just to deviate for 1 second, Michelle is so correct. Dave Biskobing has amazing reporting on this. And my firm actually works with him because we think he is a great advocate for marginalized communities. He's done a lot of great reporting on it. I highly suggest you check out the link that Michelle just dropped in the chat. But going back to what I was just saying is that these protesters were charged, and these local organizations, they were packing the court, doing petitions, doing press conferences. Everybody in the Valley was discussing it, what it meant. There were students that didn't get to graduate on time because they were banned from going to school at that time for these charges. But for the local organizations and the power of the people coming together and putting all this collective pressure on the officials, the charges likely would not have been dismissed. And that is the only reason they were, is because they saw the public outcry, the community, the outpour of support for the protesters against this law that was allowing them to do it, right? Because at the end of the day, just because it's legal or lawful, or you can do it by the law, doesn't mean it's right. So now I want to talk about what that looks like for us. I want to share a whiteboard. Ms. VP, if you would let me do that really quick. Thank you.
Yep, I stopped sharing.
So on here, everyone, I really want us to come up with a few ideas of what it looks like to use different resources other than the law to help us. So a few examples that I've given so far. The whiteboard is still loading. A few examples I've given so far are, I apologize. It looks like the whiteboard is not working for me. Let me try one more time.
So Ms. Lexi, I
Okay.
can see it.
You can?
And I see Donna Williams is on there, and Miss Teresa is on there.
Okay. Well, Shawana, I, for whatever reason, can't see it. So I would absolutely love if you could maybe help me out and just share what's being thrown on there, because I can't see it.
Let's see if this will work.
While you do that, but everyone, if you like, oh, there we go. Now I'm seeing it. Great. So if everyone wants to hop on, I'd really appreciate it. It'd be great. Oh, and now we lost it again.
I'm doing something wrong here. Hold on 1 second.
Technology. Okay, let me try one more time.
Okay.
Because I know, Shawana, you don't have the ability to do it. Okay.
Yeah,
Now we're on here. Everyone can see it?
I can see it.
So if everyone wants to hop on here, and then on the left-hand side, on the toggle bar, there's a thing called sticky note. If you want to grab a sticky note and throw it on there, and then go ahead and type in some of these ideas that we can talk about how we can uplift our communities when the law fails us because it's not meant for us. So as I mentioned, one of the examples as you guys start brainstorming is a petition. That's a great example of how to get your idea out there, share it with other people, have government officials recognize that there is a large magnitude of people wanting to help and wanting to support whatever that idea is. Another one is speaking truth to power. Yes, I love that. Absolutely. And that is in conjunction with education, right? So that means that we need to always continue educating ourselves, being apprised of the day-to-day concerns, being apprised of what's going on in our Black and Brown communities and our other marginalized communities that we share a shared struggle with. We need to be able to educate ourselves and then share that education. Pass along the information. Don't let microaggressions go away or get away with it, because then you're just letting it slide, and then that turns into a sliding scale. That's education. It seems so minute, but these things make a really big difference when we're trying to make a sustainable difference to uplift our communities in the ways that the law, which is written and form, is not set for. Yes, joining a coalition, creating coalitions, doing press conferences. One way I really love to like make a difference and actually have the community feel energized by the people's power is going to a city council meeting. And these, you know, are never on anyone's top priority or top to-do list, but they are really important. And there, I've met so many activists at city council meetings that have just blown my mind with what they do on the daily and how they help communities without any recognition. And it's amazing. And I don't know if anybody knows about the Mad Rocks death, but there was a great city council rally for that, in which we really didn't get what we wanted, but we showed up for Mad Rocks, and the community felt empowered and strengthened by our numbers. And that makes a difference. And if you can't do it in person, you can do request to speak. That's an online form. I love this one. Whoever put video everything, absolutely correct. Fun fact of another way the law is stacked against us. Did you guys know that there have been laws passed, although albeit maybe not sustainable at this point, but there have been laws passed that say that it's illegal or a criminal act to record policemen within 6 feet? That's the law. That's what they're trying to do. It's the law is not set up for our communities, and we have to recognize that so we can strengthen ourselves, right? So it looks like knowing that information and empowering yourself. It looks like knowing the law so you can't accidentally get in trouble because you don't know the law. Because again, another fun fact, ignorance of the law is not a defense. It is not a defense. Always know this. Know your rights workshops are super important. NAACP hosts them, ACLU hosts them, Poder hosts them. Lots of different communities host them, and it's really great. Share them with young students, share them with our younger community, so they're being raised and disseminating this information with one another, and they have a strong generation of wealthy knowledge and empowered people. Narrative power, show up. Yes, I love this. And yeah, sharing lived experiences, also having a little bit of grace and empathy for those who maybe don't understand and trying to get them to understand, right? And that might look like framing in a different way. Maybe you have to frame it in terms of revenue or money instead of poverty. It might be something you have to do so someone can understand you, and we have to have a little bit of grace in doing that, right? And I think the NAACP recently has had a lot of different, like a diverse group of speakers and guests come and speak to us and share their information with us about their lived experiences that may not coincide with what we have experienced, but it's important for us to have that, right? It's called a rainbow coalition for a reason. Rainbow coalitions are important. Voting is so important. Use the power you have. Even if you think it doesn't matter, it does. Especially in a state like Arizona, you have to take advantage of your power, and it's the little power that we have, and there's no reason why we shouldn't. We have a voice and we have to use it. A few other examples, if anybody wants to jump in at any point in time. Policy reform, who put that one? If you don't mind sharing, I would love to hear a little bit more about that. No?
I did. I put policy reform, and I was thinking really about, advocating for any new laws, amendments, or repeals, right, that would work more favorably and more towards our favor, making sure that we get what we need to get, and making it as permanent can be.
Yes, love that. And actually, Ms. VP, I really love that idea, especially when we're talking about Arizona, because we are so lucky as Arizonans to have ballot initiatives. That really gives us power, right? To put into law what we want to put into law. We want to make a difference. That's how we do it. A ballot initiative is, for anybody who doesn't know, I'll just make it a brief explanation. It's basically a referendum that we get to create, and you go out into the communities and you get those signatures on a petition to get the ballot initiative, whatever idea it may be. Cops aren't allowed to arrest anyone for recording an incident, which they do, by the way. Maybe when we want to make that a ballot initiative, we get enough people, we do enough canvassing, enough petitions, that's on the ballot for the Valley to vote on. And then that can become part of our law, part of our society. And that's a really amazing tool that we have that a lot of states don't have. So I love the idea of policy reform in that way. That also looks like showing up to legislative sessions, speaking up, the city council meetings like I talked about, even doing the rallies, contacting the legislature and letting them know what you think. There's even like the little, if you have an idea, you can always make the fill in letters, put it on your social media, have the people that shared those values with you do that letter, and all they have to do is do 3 clicks, do a fill in. My name is Lexi Aisa. I support X, Y, and Z, or I do not support X, Y, and Z. Submit. Beautiful ways for us to have collective people power and make a difference in our way, right? In our way. Because the law, a lot of the time, we are defending ourselves and it's not in our way and it's against us, right? Does anyone else have any ideas that they want to share? I feel like I've been talking a lot. Happy to continue talking, but just thought maybe somebody else would want to pitch in a little bit. Did anyone want to share about reclaiming the Constitution? Because I think this is a beautiful idea as well. I'm happy to start talking about it first, but if you want to jump in, I would love that because it's a great idea.
Well, this is RJ.
Hi.
This is RJ, and this is something that sticks with me. I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime, but I do think we need to reclaim the US Constitution as well as the Arizona Constitution. It does not speak for us. It does not represent us or our needs at this time. And until we change it, it's going to be used as a weapon against us. So it's time for us to reclaim it and to rename it and to go through it detail by detail so that it becomes reflective of the needs of all of our communities instead of just the one that it was actually designed for.
Yes, exactly. I couldn't have said it better myself, RJ. Thank you so much for that. Truly, if I could say the theme of my presentation, that is exactly what you just said. I mean, let's talk about the Constitution, even just from a minute perspective. It was created and it had our people as not people, right? We weren't people. That's the same body of work that is ordering and commanding and oppressing us today. That it's the same piece of body of work. If you think about it, it's like, how can the law even be set up for us in that setting? Like truly. I highly suggest you guys read this book. It's called The New Jim Crow. And it's kind of what inspired me a little bit to go down the path that I am today. It is a beautiful book. She's an amazing author, and she talks about how she's talking about this. The law, maybe the Constitution doesn't say, Black people are 3/8 of a person now. Great. Thank you so much. But now then we have the Jim Crow laws. Okay, maybe we don't have the Jim Crow laws anymore. Okay, but now there's mass incarceration, which is the new Jim Crow. It's just manifesting in different ways. It's cyclical, it's never ending, it's perpetual, and it's just masked in different forms. So they feel better about it and it's less obvious. So this is really kind of exactly what I was talking about, RJ, and I appreciate you bringing that to everyone's attention. Does anyone else have any thoughts, ideas, comments, concerns? Okay. Another one that I think is really important, and actually as the NAACP Legal Redress Chair, I think I can speak to this pretty well. Lots of times our community members are under attack, right? Or subjected to conduct that no human should be subjected to. And that could be by a person on the street, a business owner, your neighbor, a cop, a prosecutor. And what sucks about that is half the time I get someone coming to me in my NAACP, even in my civil rights attorney like hat or my NAACP legal redress hat, I have to sadly break my heart and break their heart and say, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing the law can do for you. Yes, it sucks that you were detained wrongfully. Yes, it sucks you were subjected to excessive force. But was it enough for the court to say that you deserve something? Is anything going to come of it? Does the law even provide anything for you if you're wrongfully detained for only a couple hours? Unfortunately, no. And that is something people don't even realize, is that that's not what we can do. We don't even have that power right now. So one way we turn is to the media, because that is a good way to get your story out there, to get public outcry, to get support, and also to put public pressure on, if it's a municipality or government entity, on those entities to do something other than what they're currently doing, right? The media is our friend. Like I said, and like Michelle mentioned, Michelle dropped the link. Really, please go look at that. Dave Biskobing is a great example of the media being our friend when the law can't. Yes, racism and violence are a core American value that must be responded to. I like that. Yes, it must be. And we have to be proactive, right? We can't just be reacting all the time, which is why it can't just be, oh, I was targeted, I was subjected, I was discriminated against. Now I want to do something about it with the law. Okay, well, the law is probably not going to help you anyway. But even if it can help you, let's start thinking about ways that we can prevent this from happening in the first place, instead of just reacting to it, right? And that even starts with, like I said, minute things like not allowing microaggressions to continue to fester. Any other thoughts, ideas?
So Ms. Lexi, we got a few additional ones up there. And I do just want to be pretty careful, pretty sensitive with time. We are at about a minute over for this presentation.
The last one I just want to pop up because I like it a lot is whoever said it, thank you. Run for office or support candidates who represent us. I could not agree more. Going back to the voting, it's really important. That's one of the only ways that we get to use our power and make a difference when it comes to entities. So I really agree with that. Even if you don't want to run, go out there and find a candidate that you like, support them, tell your friends about them, print their flyers out, put their link on your social media, small things like that make a really big difference as to who's in office. Katie Hobbs is a great example. She's done a lot of legislation. She's done a lot of vetoes that have helped. And but for everyone coming together for her, it wouldn't have happened, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So yeah, so I think that's my time. I wish we had more time to talk about these. Thank you guys all for participating with these great ideas. I love them. What we're going to try and do is save this screen and disseminate all these ideas, at the very least, just in a list form, to everyone, so that you guys can have these ideas and use them, and also share them with other people, so we can continue uplifting and empowering our communities in ways that the law cannot, because it's people's power always. Okay, thank you all so much. I appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Lexi. We definitely appreciate the opportunity to have some interactive engagement here, if you will, right? It's always fun just to get people's juices flowing and moving and that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And so moving us forward, I am Shawana Bagley, the second Vice President and Political Action Committee Chair. I'm excited to share with you the strategy my team and I have started building. And each and every one of you should consider yourselves tapped on the shoulder at this moment, right? From this moment forward, you've been tapped in. As Miss Lexi was kind of ending with, in terms of identifying folks who represent us and our goals, the 2026 primaries are not a distant horizon, right? They are a test of our infrastructure, our unity, our resolve, our grit. We need every single one of us. So the team and I have been working over the last few weeks and months really to pull together a strategy. And we need perspective and support. And again, consider yourselves tapped in because we need us. So our goals are really clear. We think from a state NAACP perspective that it is critical to make sure that every eligible Black voter in Arizona is registered, engaged, and empowered to vote. And we know why. Right? We are likely at this conference on a beautiful Saturday because we know why. We know the risks of not taking action. We are living the results of not taking action. For those who heard Dr. Price earlier today talking about, the health equity experience, we know we're living these results already. So for our session today, Natasha Townsend and I are going to share the state political and civic engagement strategy straw man. And it's a straw man because the committee knows what the high level milestones are, but we are not the experts on the best ways to get there, right? Each branch, charter, chapter in our state represents their community. You are the expert. So this strategy isn't baked with details. It is in progress. So we'll be sharing this strategy after session with the branch presidents, vice presidents, political action chairs, very quickly after this convention, and we need us to take action immediately. So you can see my slide here. I hope you all are seeing my slide. Is that true? Yes, perfect, thank you. All right, and so we envision an Arizona NAACP ecosystem that operates as a unified, strategically aligned force. One that is going to not only mobilize voters, but builds enduring civic infrastructure. So through intentional collaboration, data-driven strategy, community-rooted leadership, our goal is to drive system levels change and capitalize on the NAACP brand as a trusted champion for equity, justice, and civic power across Arizona. I was about to say America, Arizona's diverse communities. And the vision that we have here, it's not just aspirational, right? We do believe it's actionable, but we need us to action it. So it calls us to move beyond episodic or moments of engagement and towards sustained, measurable impact that transforms how our communities access power and shape policy. So you see our core assumptions that are listed here. We do believe that a unified strategy is essential amid political volatility, right? We see shifting laws, mis and disinformation, voter suppression, right? Fragmented efforts are going to leave us vulnerable. They have left us vulnerable. So we believe a unified strategy is going to ensure that we respond coherently, with agility, and with strength. We do value diverse perspectives. They're expected and they're welcome, right? Our strength lies in our diversity. And so we honor the lived experiences, the regional nuances, the tactical insights that each branch is going to bring. And we think it's really key to say that alignment doesn't mean uniformity. It does mean, though, shared direction, mutual respect, and coordinated action. You see the note we have there around shared commitment to NAACP's mission. Regardless of geography or approach, we do believe that we're bound by that common mission, which is to secure political, educational, social, and economic equality. We believe this shared foundation is going to allow us to innovate boldly while we stay true and rooted to that purpose. The last thing we have on this slide is the strategic hypothesis, which is that we believe, again, intentional collaboration and structured alignment across the branches is going to do a few things. It's going to equip us all to navigate the environment with clear frameworks, shared tools, and ongoing communication. We believe we'll be better prepared to respond to legislative threats, engage voters, advocate effectively. This is about, building capacity. It's not just for today, but it's really for that long haul, right? We talk about expanding impact in the 2026 primaries and beyond. And so strengthening mobilization capacity, coordinated outreach, aligning messages, real-time data sharing, it's going to enable us to move faster, reach farther, activate more voters. We believe that moving from reactive to proactive and isolated efforts to statewide synergy is really the key to go. I said a lot there. Are there thoughts, questions, concerns before I move on to the next slide? All right, so we will move forward. From a key components perspective, here are some of the ways that we anticipate, again, partnering with the state branches to accomplish, right? You'll see that we have a checklist from a national to AZ convention workshop. A number of us attended nationals and the Democratic summits and brought back a lot of the things that we learned from that space. In September of last month, September of 2025, my gosh, my team and I, we convened with a small number of leaders in this space and talked through the strategy. They gave us feedback, which we have incorporated, so we consider that accomplished. This actual gathering, we view today and sharing this strategy, high level, again, milestones at this point, as a moment, right? We hope that what this does is showcases some progress in the way that we're thinking about this approach, and that it will mobilize us around 2026 primaries as a start. We think this is an opportunity to reinforce our collective identity and hopefully solidify alignment and engagement for that long-term civic power. From an organizing infrastructure, our goal really is to build the tools or the scaffolding, if you will, to sustain engagement. So we are thinking about things like fillable worksheets, Google Forms, master data file abilities to collect information as examples of tools. We will also provide education and awareness around things like registering people to vote, reading ballots, spotting and combating mis and disinformation, and then fundraising at the branch levels. So we believe that these tools are going to support strategy, streamline coordination, and empower clarity and confidence. And so again, this is where we need all of us, because we don't have all of the answers, right? Every single person on this call is going to bring something critical and important to the conversation. So we need all of us, and all of us are tapped. You already heard me say that. This is, I think, the third time now. So from a change management perspective, we do believe that there is opportunity in ensuring that we're thinking about making impactful, lasting, meaningful change. So we'll be using some tried and true tools around change management. So we'll be thinking about stakeholders and mapping stakeholders and having iterative feedback loops, right? We are thinking about embedding practices that are going to foster buy-in, because we need us at this table, that are going to reduce any friction that's out there and ensure that information and transformation is both intentional and durable. The last section that we have there, team, because these are things that we think about, right? Those are those risks and unknowns. You know, it's a risk if we don't buy into the strategy, right? Without buy-in, it's just paperwork, right? So we've got to actively cultivate the trust, the clarity, the relevance, ensuring that we all, leaders and members, see ourselves in this work, and that we understand how our contributions will shape that statewide impact. We think about balancing statewide consistency with branch autonomy, right? Because alignment must honor local wisdom. Our challenge is to create frameworks that guide without constraining, right? That allow branches to innovate while staying tethered to the shared goals and messaging. We want branches to do what they think is the right thing to do in their space. You already heard me say, you know your areas best, right? The ability to execute strategy, right? It's only as strong as our capacity to deliver. So execution depends on clear roles, timely communication, accessible tools, right? We've got to continuously assess readiness, close gaps, support branches in translating strategy into action. My team and I are ready and willing to help and support in that way to the best we can. And then we think finally about research availability and information that drives strategy, data that drives strategy. We must proactively identify what voter data, turnout trends, and engagement metrics are available, and where we need to build new pipelines. And so we don't have the luxury of research. We have to make sure that we are precise in order to have the impact that we wish to have in this space. questions or thoughts there? Okay, and I'm going to move us forward to Natasha.
Thank you, Ms. Shawana. I appreciate you talking about all of the great work that we are looking to do. My name is Natasha Townsend. I serve on the Political Action Committee, and I represent the East Valley chapter as the Chair of Economic Opportunity. And I want to preface the next couple of slides by saying that this moment is bigger than any one of us. It's about all of us. And when we talk about voting, it's not just a single act. It really is a statement that says we see each other, we got each other, and we believe in what we can build together. Because at the end of the day, change doesn't just happen from the top down. It starts right here with the NAACP. It starts in our neighborhoods, it starts in our workplaces, and it starts in our schools. And this movement really is about working together and across our communities. So we need to be able to connect our struggles and our hopes, and also amplify our voices. And I want you to please remember that when we unite, we turn shared vision into real power. And as I go over these next couple of slides, I want us all to be thinking of ways that we can stay connected, ways that we can get involved more deeply, because when we vote together and when we organize together, that's when we win together.
Mhm.
All right, so with this particular slide, we have a branch call to action. And we'd like to make sure that we're all aligned on our statewide goals. So if you can take a screenshot of this slide so that you can remember what these are for later, we want to make sure that we are figuring out how many Black people are eligible to vote in Arizona. There is some data around voting engagement, but we may have to start collecting our own. How many people are registered to vote out of those eligible voters? And how many are registered but did not vote in the last election? Those are all things that we should be looking at. Also, when we are determining what impact our branches can make to help close that gap, where are the opportunities? What places should we be reaching out to that we have not been to before? What zip code should we be focusing on? Also, what are the policy issues? Different areas, whether it's a rural area or an urban area, they may have different focuses based on what is affecting that community directly. And then also, what are the gaps that we need to address? And what are tactics that we can take to make sure that we are getting people out to vote? We've tried some things before. Let's continue to do that, but also let's come up with new ideas. Where can we meet people where they are? All right, if we can go to the next slide. Also, we have another call to action, but this is specifically for members. So every branch has a role to play in shaping what our collective impact looks like. And the Political Action Committee, we are working together to make sure that we are committed to a strategy that meets action, but also includes every branch, right? So here's the different ways that you can get involved as a member so that you can be a part of the leadership movement as well. If you don't have a political action committee in your branch, we want to make sure that you start one. And also get involved with the political action committee that has all of the branches that come together. If you already have a political action committee for your specific branch, we want you to make sure that you have somebody on that committee that is attending our statewide committee. And then if you're ready to go further, we want you to help drive statewide coordination and influence. We're not experts for your area of the state. You are, right? So we want to make sure that you are involved. And with everybody's involvement, that's how we build power from the ground up. So we must organize in addition to mobilizing and legislate for lasting change. And I'll pass it over back to Ms. Shawana.
Thank you so much, Ms. Natasha. Any questions, thoughts, suggestions in this space? I see you, Dr. Willis. Dr. Willis, committee member.
Yes, I don't have a question, but I just have a comment. I was going to say to both you and Natasha, well said. And I look forward to continue to work with you guys.
Thank you so much. You've been an awesome addition to the team, Dr. Willis. We appreciate you being with us. And Miss RJ, how are you? We see you.
I'm good and loving the day. Okay, I want to thank you all so much for this. My question is, well, it can be noted that we have a lot of active military Black folks in Arizona, along with a lot of veterans in Arizona. In fact, Cochise County, the presentation that was given earlier about Cochise County has some of the highest numbers of Black people in Arizona. So I guess my question is, how much work are we doing with our active military and veterans to make sure that they're registered and that they're voting? And it's really just kind of a suggestion. I don't know that we're doing anything with them, but I think it's important that we do.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And as we started thinking about that specific community, it's one of the groups that we want to partner with much more closely in this space, and make sure that we are hearing their voice and enabling the opportunities for them to partner in the voting process and in any other ways that we can help with that. I don't know if there are others who are part of the veteran community out here that might want to share, because I think there is some other work happening at some of the branch levels.
Yes.
Well, and there's also a push from the administration to end mail-in ballots, which is ridiculous,
That's
especially
going to be the big one.
for active military. That's how they're going to vote, is going to be through the mail-in ballot. So, you know,
Right.
I think that's something, another place where we need to be actively advocating to make sure that mail-in, and we also have a high number of seniors like myself. So we want to make sure that mail-in ballots remained a resource for us.
Absolutely. You are absolutely right, Miss RJ. Miss Quinn, I see you.
Yes. Beautiful day, everybody. Wonderful convention. Thanks for all the speakers and all the information. I will say for the veteran side, we are focusing on that, and I would like to be a part of that committee as I represent the East Valley. I am a 17-year veteran myself. I am just stepping into this role more actively with the NAACP, but I am looking forward to doing some community partnerships. I am currently partnering with the state of Arizona commander of all the legions right now, and he is excited to also be working with the NAACP. So that's a huge win as we partner with other smaller organizations as well with the VFW. So that is in our purview. We would like to make sure that I'm included. Love more veterans to join me. It's a lot of work to be done, but yes, we are focusing on that. So thank you for bringing that up.
Gisette?
Thank you, Madam VP. I have a question. So, in my personal capacity, I am forming a coalition to target the 250,000 eligible Black voters, right? I think I spoke to you about this privately. One of the things that we're having an issue with is actually finding those people, because it's not a set database where you could go in there and just find 250,000 Black people that's eligible to vote that's not registered. And then every day people are getting purged off of the voter registration. So I just want to know, from your experience in working in this field and what you're doing now, have you found a more strategic approach to finding those voters, or it's just a matter of going out there and asking people, are they registered to vote?
I have not found a strategic approach at this point, Ms. Gisette. What I have are the overarching numbers. To your point, we have access to tools like VAN. There are additional tools that get a little more into the data. Those tools have costs to them. And so we have to understand what that means in terms of strategy and approach, to your point.
Okay, that's good, because I did mention earlier that we formed 4 PACs and 2 of those PACs are funded. I would say, if you're willing, I would love to collaborate with you and utilize those resources so we can start targeting those voters to get them registered.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Other questions or thoughts? All right. Well, then, thank you. I am going to move us forward. I'm going to move us to the AXO group, and I think I see Essie out there. Hello.
Hello, hello. All right. Thank you so much, VP. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm grateful that you all took your time to be here with us, and I'm excited to share about AXO. Civil rights activist Marian Wright Eldman once said, "The question is not whether we can afford to invest in every child, it is whether we can afford not to." I hope that those words hit as deep as they're meant to, because what they remind us is that investing in youth should not be optional. It should be urgent, it should be strategic, it's ancestral, and truly that is the heart of AXO. My name is Esmeralda Castillo, and I am the Arizona State Conference AXO Chair. I am honored to share with you the incredible work that AXO is doing for our young people and how you can all be a part of it. Just to start off, AXO was founded in 1978 by the incredible journalist Vernon Jarrett, and we celebrate our Black youth and their excellence in STEM, arts, and humanities. This program has gone nationwide, and it has nearly 200 chapters and about 29 different competition categories. Anything you can think of: culinary, science, English, essays, oratory, dance, plays. It's all in there to celebrate these young people. Can we go to the next slide? All right, well, we're waiting for that next slide. If you're not familiar, AXO is an acronym for Afro-Academic Cultural, Technological, Scientific Olympics, but we also like to refer to it as the Olympics of the Mind. All right, on that second slide.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it up for you or no?
No, not yet, but as long as everyone else can see it.
Can everyone else see it, or do I need to refresh? You can't see it? Okay, let me stop sharing, because sometimes it does this. I apologize. I will stop sharing and
Perfect.
share again.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's on. So I want to share a little bit about why AXO matters, especially today. And there's quite a few reasons, and I have them up here on this slide. We can talk about how AXO helps counter political erasure. We're in a climate where Black history, all these programs, DEI, all of these things are being defunded and taken away. And so AXO is an active way of challenging that. It also builds civic engagement, fosters unity across all divides with local mentorship. It's building bridges for our students. And most importantly, it protects the joy and imagination. And I hope that you guys remember back to when you were younger. I want you to think of a dream that you had, all of your aspirations, those goals that are so alive when we're young people, and the world is our oyster. And that's what we really want to harness for our AXO kiddos. And I cannot think of a better person to share why AXO truly matters than the incredible woman who was the person to build the AXO program in Arizona. And so it is my honor to introduce my special guest speaker, Dr. Carlyon Dawson. And I'll let her take it away.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much, Essie. You know you are my dear heart, and you all have a rare jewel in Essie Castillo. And I know you realize that now, since you made her head of AXO, you know what a rare jewel she is. But I wanted to share with you, this AXO program was in existence for about 5 or 6 years before I ever heard about it. And it was around the fall of 1984, before a lot of you were born. I was approached by the newly elected president of the Phoenix chapter of the NAACP, who was my very dearest friend at that time, Mildred Jean Price Jones. And at that time, she was, wanting someone to head up this new program, AXO. And we learned about it, how Vernon Jarrett started this and how he, worked for the Chicago Sun-Times. But he really wanted to create something that was going to build the minds of our youth. Because he would make comments about how he would see from his window. He said he would see kids playing in the streets or playing in the courts, and they would be playing basketball, and the basketball was their goal. They thought they were going to become sports stars. And he knew that there was more to life than sports. And he started talking about the Olympics of the mind, which really celebrated, the innovation that we have and the creativity that we have. And so when I first heard about ACT-SO, I knew it was really something I wanted to be a part of. And I didn't want to just be a part of it, I wanted to lead it, because I knew I was an elementary school teacher, and I had firsthand experience of just the brilliance and the untapped potential that our kids were having. So, and I wanted to get them opportunity to see and be around people that look like them, because Arizona is a melanin desert. There's only 5% of us here, and we don't often see each other, and kids can go through school, Black kids can go through school without ever having a Black teacher, being exposed to a Black teacher. And that can be all the way through college. So it was important that, to me, for them to start to see people, if only students who looked like them, who were achieving. And I know that through this program, I believe that through this program, I could do that. So I then started, trying to build this program, and to build it, you can't build a program by yourself. The NAACP wasn't built singularly. So I knew that we needed a good team to do this. And I garnered good people to work with me from all around the Valley, people who really I know wanted to do something. And we started working on this program. And we would meet, and I make my reports every month about where I was going. I went to the school districts. This is before the internet now. I was going to driving to school districts, making presentations, talking to administration at the superintendent's office, getting their approval, going to see the principals, and then talking with the principals, talking with the people who were over the Black programs in the schools, doing a lot of work. I also went to the churches, going to the churches, talking about this program, what we're going to be doing, and just organizations everywhere talking about this, and businesses, because at the same time I was trying to expand the information about the program, I know I needed some money to help run it. And I had to be, very careful about how I approached for money, because I knew the NAACP was also approaching these businesses for contributions also. So I was very specific and working with them and making sure I did that the correct way. And during the first 2 years, it was rough. And but we were doing it. We were making it. I was getting kids. I took, I think, 5 kids the first year to, I think it was Detroit. But I took, and every year it grew after that. But my third year in the program, I met a woman who became another very dear friend of mine, Faith Canson. Faith came from Sacramento, and Faith's mother was an icon in the NAACP. And some of you may have heard of her. Her name was Verna Canson. Now, Mrs. Canson was this distinguished community leader, civil rights icon, and businesses respected her. So when I would call the business together, we have evening meetings. Well, Mrs. Canson came to those on her own dime, came to those evening meetings, told these businesses like the Honeywells and the Sperry's and the Intels and the banks and all that about the importance of ACT-SO. And those individuals started to pour in and help us build fund for this. And then my husband also worked for a company, and they were just really, helping to give funds for ACT-SO. And I only led this program for 5 years. And in that 4th year, that was the second year, I'm sorry, I said that was the second and third year. In my 4th and 5th year, I met another person who was such a dear friend, still to this day. Well, all these individuals, except for Mildred, who passed away, we're still very close friends. The last person was Sharon Ward, and she worked with me, and she just got the fever for AXO as we had. And again, worked and just became inundated with the program. We ended up getting that year, America West was a hub here in Arizona. And so they gave us tickets on for our kids to travel. Wherever they were traveled, and if the AXO convention was there, they would give our kids the free tickets to go back and forth. And I mean, that really helped our budget a lot. But I look at these AXO students, and now these AXO students that I had at that time, those first 5 years, where they are they're all professionals. They're teachers, lawyers, PhDs, physicians, all of them did something major. And they all tell me that it was because of AXO giving them that boost that they could go out and do things. And so this program, we left Arizona, not because, I didn't want it. We left because my husband's job transferred him. That was my only reason for leaving here, leaving that program, because I would have been there. But the good thing I'm glad about is that we gave AXO the foundation it needed in order for it to still stand today. I never had, in my time there, and even with Sharon there for 5 years, an AXO winner. Never. And we were working hard. We had some brilliant children. But it wasn't until this year that Essie and her team had an AXO winner that really, I felt like that was me doing some work. I felt like I was part of that winning circle. So, but that's about it. I didn't want to take up too much time, but
Thank you
that's
so much. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Dawson. And absolutely 100% true. This would not be the incredible program that it is without all of the work that you put in and all the success we share together. And that's the beauty of AXO. Ms. Bagley, we can go to the next slide. So something amazing about this is we were able to take kind of this year as a comeback year. It was a comeback year for us because it had been dormant. AXO had been dormant for a while. And an incredible group of people here at the NAACP said AXO needs to come back. Amongst those were Fallon Jones, which you'll hear from later, as well as Justine, which you'll hear from later as well. But we brought it back and we took 5 finalists. And are we able to see that slide? Is everyone able to see the slide? It should have 5 pictures of our finalists. It might be frozen.
Can you all see it?
I think it might be frozen again. Okay. And while she's doing that, I'll tell you, we took these 5 winners and I want to take the time to celebrate them because all 5 of them went and they poured their hearts out and they showed up and showed out. In Arizona coming back, people will remember us this coming year when we go back. And we went to North Carolina. This coming year, we're going to Chicago. We are extremely excited. And just like Dr. Dawson shared, out of our incredible 5 finalists, we had a winner. And I want to celebrate. Her name is Sasha Reveron. She won a silver medal in entrepreneurship. And it was incredible. I wish that I can in some way impart the passion, the emotion, the incredible feeling that all of these youth had, the pride that they felt in themselves and looking around the room, people who look like them, who share brilliant minds like them, celebrating each other, not having to be nervous, not having to put themselves or make themselves smaller, but just being in that moment was incredible. And when I tell you our kids came back buzzing and so excited for this next year of AXO. And I know that those slides are taking a second to come up, but I do want to say when they come
able
up
to see the slide. Do you not see the slide?
No, I'm not. But if you guys are, that's awesome.
That is
I'm not
so
sure if it's
weird. Let me try it again, but it's telling me that you all can see my screen.
okay. Full screen. It might be, yeah. Is it there? All right. While that's starting up. If you're not able to see it, that's okay. We'll try to keep troubleshooting it, but I don't want to take up too much time. It looks like it's up now. I just want to highlight these 5 finalists. It was incredible. We took Sasha Riveron went for business and entrepreneurship. We had Kendrick Gilmore, who went for his performing art. He did an original spoken word poem. We had Caden Jones, who went for an original essay. We had Lily Rodriguez, who went for an original visual art. She made a painting. And we also had Anthony Actor, who went for oratory. So out of these 5 incredible competitors, we came back with silver. On that next slide, you'll see Sasha Riveron receiving that silver medal that we were so proud of. And it just was so fitting that our first year back, we brought back that medal. And I hope that that is a symbol going forward of how ACT-SO needs to be established, needs to be kept up, and it needs to be poured into. All right, and then if we can go to that last slide. And I just want to say what Dr. Dawson said. We need the fever for ACT-SO because we need to bring back sponsorships. ACT-SO is dormant for a while, and so people have since forgotten. But we are here, we are back, and we need support. We need support in the form of adult mentors who are passionate about growing the talents of our incredible students. We need ACT-SO branch chairs that are excited to create committees so that we can hold these competitions around the valley. We need sponsors who are willing to say, those flights you need for this year's Chicago, ACT-SO, you got them. Those hotel rooms you need, you got them. That food for your kids, you got it. That's what we need. And the last thing is we're obviously looking always for incredible youth that want to be competitors, that want to be a part of this so that they can be recognized, so their talent can be seen. Because ACT-SO, in essence, is creating an opportunity where there was not an opportunity. And we'll continue to do that. I appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Dawson. Again, you're an incredible part of this and a legend in ACT-SO. I appreciate all of you for your time, and I will hand it over now to our education chair. Thank you so much.
Actually, I need to pause us for a second because we do have a group that is going to need to leave very shortly. And so I apologize for doing this. I am going to bring up Farmer Brandy.
Sorry, I'm here. I'm trying to get to a quiet place.
Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so with the environmental committee, the first primary focus that we have is going to be to increase the awareness about tree canopy because it's one of the things that we can immediately take action on. There are actually some current programs that will give community members free trees. They will literally bring out the trees and plant them for you. And the reason this is important is because, as you see here, we have, according to the American Forest Tree Equity Score, it's very, very low. We have a lot of opportunity, and we have communities with an average of 80% of residents of color. They have, on average, 45% less tree canopy than predominantly white neighborhoods, right? So there's income disparities. So you'll see in lower income neighborhoods, they have 30%, 36% less tree canopy than higher income areas. And I think just even driving around, in different communities, you'll notice that. There are some extreme cases. There is one low income neighborhood in Phoenix with a 97% population of color that has less than 1% tree canopy. And what that does is the less trees, it actually increases the temperature in the area. So imagine those lower income families, because they have less trees, they have to run their AC more often, right? Because they have less shade. And that is a big impact. It makes their already difficult situation even more difficult. So as you see there, a 2021 study found that on a typical summer day, temperatures in the hottest part of Southside neighborhoods, which are low income and predominantly Latino areas, exceeded averages of 7 to 8 degrees Fahrenheit. So that is a 7 to 8 degree Fahrenheit more than other areas with more trees. Can you go to the next slide, or is this the only one? I don't remember if we reduced it. Oh, you're on mute, Miss Bagley. Oh, there we go. Yes.
There's one more.
Yes. So with our efforts to increase the tree canopy equity, so I mentioned a couple of programs. There is one called the Phoenix Shade Plan, and the city of Phoenix adopted this plan to plant 27,000 trees and install 550 shade structures. And over 90% of the resources are directed toward low to moderate income areas. And they actually reported a couple of months ago that that program is underutilized, and it is because of lack of awareness. People just aren't aware that that program even exists. Another point is community and school grants. So there are grants out there there's one called the Community Canopy and Canopy for Kids programs that will also help with the tree canopy, increasing that. There's a Mesa Trees Are Cool initiative. They have a goal of planting 1 million trees by 2050, and they also offer resources to businesses and residents alike, whereas the other ones are just for residences. And then there are multiple nonprofits that are willing to collaborate. We have one listed here, the Arizona Sustainability Alliance, and then we have other ones. The Trees Matter is another organization, and then there are actually many more, but they're actively working to increase the urban tree canopy. So our primary goal is to try to increase at least awareness to that Phoenix Shade Plan, because it costs nothing, right? We know that funds are tight already, especially with everything going on. It makes funds even tighter. So this literally costs nothing. As long as you're in an area that is eligible for that program, then you're able to sign up for that program and get some free tree canopies for your area. So any questions? I think I saw a few questions in the chat. A question I have is, how can we ask apartment complexes to plant trees and potential? That is actually a great question. That is something that we will look into to see if maybe we can have conversations with some of them, to see if they can benefit from some of the programs that do work with businesses, or even if we could potentially, since they do have, multifamily units, if we can tap into the ones that help residents as well. So that's a good one. And thank you for dropping the link to the Mesa Tree program. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Harmer Brandy. Well, food can be medicine. I know we're talking about trees, and that's important as well. But thank you so much for your work. Thank you for everything that you do. We appreciate you so much. And so I am going to hurry us along, team, because we are just a little bit over. And we do want to make sure that we get back on track at about 1:30, because we've got some additional great speakers in addition to the folks that you're going to hear from, that you've heard from all day, and that you're going to hear from coming up next as well. So I am going to bring up Save Our Schools, and I think we're talking to Miss Christina Bustos.
Yes, hi. Justine.
Oops. Justine, are you introducing?
Hello. Yes, I'm introducing.
Oh, I see you.
Hi, I'm Justine Parnell. I am the education chair for the state conference, and Audre Lorde has a call for self-definition and radical imagination, that the master's tools will never dismantle the master's house, just reminding us that we cannot achieve justice and liberation by using the tools that have kept us oppressed and excluded and silenced. And so I decided to bring my friend, a PhD student in the education policy at ASU, Christina Bustos, who's also a board member of SOS, Save Our Schools.
Awesome.
Hi, yes. We can skip to the first slide while I'm just introducing myself briefly. My name is Christina Bustos. I was a teacher for 20 years in mostly Phoenix, but spent my last 5 years in Mesa. I'm now a PhD student in educational policy and evaluation, focused on the push out of Black and Brown children and educators. and I am on the board of Save Our Schools. We are public school proud. We love the work that the schools are doing and know that they could be doing so much more, especially in the areas of helping our Black and Brown students. And we want to help realize that. So you can go to the next slide. We, as an organization, have really focused on like a multifaceted approach. We know that all kids deserve a quality education with well-resourced classrooms and teachers that are paid appropriately. We know that public schools provide things such as food, transportation, other wraparound services such as McKinney-Vento, community events, arts, sports, so many more things. And we know that property values are raised when there is an investment in schools. And we know that dollar for dollar, public schools are the best investment Arizona can make in our economic future and just the well-being of our community. And as we look at Arizona, we're 49th in per pupil funding in the US, the second most crowded class sizes. We have some of the worst teacher salaries, although our student, you think it couldn't get any worse. Our student to counselor ratio is the second to worst. I think that's very problematic. Even though we tried to kind of fix that at some point with the state legislature, school facilities are $3 billion in the hole since 2000, and you can keep going. One of the things that we are hoping to, we'll move forward. There we go. We're hoping to talk to you about today is just understanding privatization of public schools. For many years, since the 1990s, and actually beyond that, there's been an attempt to discredit, defund, and dismantle the public education system. And in fact, if we think all the way back to Brown v. Board, we know that that may not have been the solution, you know, that worked out the best for our Black and Brown students, but we know that some people started thinking about the free market at that point in time and looking at ways to privatize education to allow for other opportunities. So at that point, that's when the privatization playbook started. You can go towards the next slide. We know that people such as Milton Friedman spoke about the role of government in education in 1955. We know that was immediately after Brown v. Board. And we know that at that time as well, they started doing things called vouchers. And they did it to fund segregation academies in the 1950s. And so what is a voucher, or an ESA voucher? An empowerment scholarship account is also the same as a voucher. A voucher is a mechanism to move public funds into non-public schooling. ESA vouchers in Arizona, that's what we call them, are public taxpayer dollars used for private schools, micro schools, and home schools. They are not part of charter schools. Charter schools are public school funded. Also, there's another portion of those vouchers that are also STOs, which is tax credits for private schooling. You can continue forward. And those things have been in place in Arizona since about 1990s. And the first and they did this like groundwork in the 1990s. You can see that it goes through many iterations. There was tax credits. The Supreme Court said that AZ Supreme Court said that vouchers were unconstitutional. So then they changed the name and they changed the mechanism. They now give the money to the parents instead of giving to the schools themselves. They passed ESAs for students with disabilities and then expanded them year upon year. In 2018, universal vouchers were rejected 2-1. And then in 2022, after the state legislature, Republican run, there was a, yes, thank you. There was a shift where you see the skyrocketing cost of vouchers. 2024, it's over 750 million. We're looking at a real crunch on our public schools because of the money that is going to ESAs and private schools, micro schools, homeschooling. You can keep going. And so we really want you to know that 1 in every $10 that was for K-12 schooling is now going to vouchers in ESA, ESA vouchers in Arizona. 600 million plus in opportunity costs. Those things can fund things like teacher and staff pay. I personally would like to see classified staff get raises so that they can live on them, smaller class sizes, safety, and I would say that with initiatives such as ESA vouchers, it also causes a crunch where we feel like we cannot explore things like student wellness, understanding cultural diversity, working towards those types of things. We can keep going. I know that as you've seen in the media, we've had many things recently showing that they're closing down schools. They're cutting buses. Flagstaff has no buses anymore. Public schools are all over the state are either shutting down schools, or they have had to increase the class sizes and try to repurpose some of the schools for other purposes. You can keep going. And I do want to highlight one of the things as we're moving to the next slide. In Roosevelt, one of our most, I would say most choice-filled district. It has over 30 charters. It has many public schools. But we're also seeing that they are closing schools. And it's not only because of academics or losing students to charters. It is because of the pressures, the funding on funding sources from ESAs. You can go to the next slide. In Mesa, we are also seeing those things. We are the largest district in the state. Oh, we might be actually stuck. There we go.
Oh, no.
There we
Is
go.
it there?
Yes,
Okay.
we're good
I was
now.
trying to keep up with you. I was trying to keep up with you.
You're doing great. I really appreciate it. And we can see that some of these larger organizations, the Cato Institute, ALEC, which is the American Legislative Exchange Council, Moms for Liberty, Turning Point USA, the Center for Arizona Policy, Goldwater Institute, Walton Family Foundation, the Heritage Foundation. These are all organizations that go towards, I would say, this is my own opinion, criminalizing Black and Brown communities. And they are also the people that are trying to show that they're just trying to discredit us by saying that we're not doing our job. Sorry, that does that one. make hand movements. Discrediting our schools. They are creating distrust for the communities, and it is very difficult. I know that there's problems with our public schools, especially in the area of the wellness of our Black and Brown kids. But these organizations are what is funding ESAs right now and the privatization of public schools. You can continue to move forward. And as we are thinking about how, what do we want to do? How do we want to engage our communities? What do we want for all of our kids, all of our communities? Who's benefiting from school choice, from these ESA vouchers? Higher income households, those that were already enrolled in private schools and homeschooling. That's like 76% of the state average are people that have never been in public schools. There's a lot of unregulated schools that are coming around. Who misses out? It could be low-income families. It could be students in public schools and charter schools. because we're now having to conserve our resources in case we have to do something. Our rural students are suffering very greatly because they don't have options. They aren't able to get the funds that they need. Taxpayer dollars who want to know how their money is being spent. We can continue to move forward.
You should see the next slide. Do you see that?
Not yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. And then as we're waiting, I see that there's a comment in the chat, and while I'm not at the Arizona state level for the education committee, I know that Justine will take a look at that comment and probably provide some feedback at some point.
Yes, I am ready to respond, but we want to wait. Are we still waiting on that slide?
Yeah, we went back. Now we'll go forward, try and.
All right. And Mr. Dawson, I wanted to let you know while we're waiting for the slide that basically I've worked with an organization called the Reading Alliance. And what happened, unfortunately, they actually worked in the Ball School District and increased the reading scores in kindergarten and first grade classrooms by 11%. But the Ball School District this year decided to vote against reusing that program with the Reading Alliance. And it's actually a program that uses Black men to come in and tutor students, and they actually showed major improvement and have also had contracts with Mesa and Kyrene. But unfortunately, Mesa and Kyrene, they just ran out of money. They didn't discontinue their work. They just aren't able to pay for these tutors to come in. So currently right now, I know the Reading Alliance and I are working on revamping the program and going into different school districts like Washington and Roosevelt. So those conversations are happening now. And it's an amazing program. I think what's happening is just funding. And again, all the issues that Christina is talking about, which boils down again to the lack of.
Yes, and I actually, okay, there we go.
Are we on the right slide?
Yes, now we are. And so just briefly, oh, we went backwards, but I can continue talking. One of the things that we've
You know what I'm
noticed.
going to do? I'm actually going to stop while you talk. I'm going to stop and take it down and then bring it back up because it's doing its own thing at this point.
Perfect. One of the things that I know that a lot of you have been seeing lately is the fraud that's been happening throughout our state legislature with regards to some of the schools, or sorry, some of the people that have been using ESA vouchers. And I know that there have been record of ghost children. There have been records of people using ESAs to purchase vacations, to purchase large cost Lego sets. There have been, I think, about 8 indictments so far. And one of the things that I think is really difficult is that our Department of Education has been promoting these, but they also don't have the staffing to keep up with the things that are coming through. So not only is it creating a bottleneck where we can't really take a look at the things that have been being used, and you can go forward and I'll keep talking, but they also are making mistakes and allowing things to go through that cause people to take advantage of this system that we have so far. And so we're going to keep going.
So you should see ESA vouchers right now. Is not what you're seeing?
No, that's okay though. I do want to put in the chat as we're waiting for it to come forward. I want to put in the chat our organization. We are a C3. We also, there is a C4, but that's where I'm speaking. I'm on the board of the C3. And we hope that you will help continue this conversation, ask us questions, let us know areas that you think are important. I know that our board recently, we have been making a concerted effort to include the serious concerns that we have about the public schools and our students, the Black and brown children. Specifically, I know that many of us are very concerned with that. And we do have different things. This weekend, we actually have a book club on the privateers about the vouchers in across the country. We also do things such as voter registration, phone banking. There's ways that you can get involved with us. I know that we have also, let's see if we can move it forward at all.
You don't see my screen?
I see the same slide that we've been seeing. Let me just, I'm gonna just open up the presentation for myself so I can just keep, I'm almost at the end anyway.
Thank you.
I know that Project 2025 is one of the biggest selling points for our president currently, and Arizona is the model for the Project 2025 playbook, and that in and of itself should be very concerning to our communities. I do understand I understand the gravity of our public schools and the impact that they've had on our Black and brown kids, but I know that it is not, that this is a tool that he is using to further the political, pandering that he is hoping to. It's reversing rights for LGBTQ plus students, attacking diversity, inclusion initiatives, Title I funding, all of our special ed education funding, those types of things. It is not going to, they have already set in motion to eliminate the U.S. Department of Education and special education. And you can move forward one more.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. I'm so sorry this is happening.
But that is pretty much, we're close to the end at this point. I just want to take a moment to say thank you, because without y'all being here, we can't have these conversations. I understand in the ideal world, honestly, it would be wonderful to have communities that are filled with our Black and brown students that are able to learn and grow in a safe environment. And so what I want to encourage you is to engage with us as an organization, lift up your voice, email your lawmakers, ask them to prioritize public schools. We have lots of tools that we can share with you. If you sign up for our newsletters, you can move to the next one. And then I am happy to take a question if you have a question for me, Larnell Farmer.
Yes, I do. I was just listening to you, your presentation on the ESA. We all know that the school system is failing our children. And every year we run into situations where our kids are disproportionately expelled from school.
Absolutely.
And so at some point, when do we listen to alternatives, if not just to listen, not to buy into them, but just listen to other people's ideas?
Yeah, and I know that, oh, sorry, was that the end of your question?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I know that that is actually something that Justine and I have been working on getting going in the community, but I do want to just say that I absolutely hear your concern. And I know that at the end of the day, when our schools or when students go with the hopes that they will get to experience the fullness of their humanity in a private school or in a micro school or a homeschool, and they are turned away, the only place that they will have to return to is a public school. And I know that, as you mentioned that our Black and brown students are being expelled, at much higher rates. It will continue in our private schools and our homeschooling and our micro schools, because the systems of oppression that we see, our white supremacist culture, sorry, that's my own personal thing, to say that, like, not from the SOS perspective, that culture, that system of oppression perpetuates in our private schools, and there is much less that our students can do in those settings. Sorry, I'll let Justine go ahead and talk.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that about how important it is to go and start attending your school boards and start making a difference there. I do want to like shout out, I know that a lot has happened in the Tempe School District, right? By having Black board members and Black superintendents to address those concerns, especially when it comes to discipline and their disciplinary policies. And so I think that's actually my 2026 initiative that I would love to ask all my education chairs to join me in, is kind of getting our people to go back to the school board, to go back to school board governance, right? And take control, because at the end of the day, the members, the community helps, they run the school board. We have power in the school board. Disciplinary policies are, by the time we get to it, we're reacting instead of being proactive. And let's be proactive and start going to our, and pressing, that's what I say, pressing against our school board members to make those policy changes when it comes to discipline in their schools. I know your hand is still raised, President Farmer.
I just wanted to
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just hadn't lowered it. But and I understand what you're saying, but at some point, if the system isn't working, we continue to pour our kids into this situation, into these systems where essentially we have the oppressors teaching our kids. And every year we run into a situation and it continues, but there's never really any solution to any of this stuff. So again, I think we have to be open to listening to all ideas. Saturday schools for our kids. You know, every other nationality or other nationalities have these schools where they teach, but we don't as Black and brown people. And if we bring those ideas up, then we're looked down upon, and that's something negative. That's something that's DEI or CRT, all the other negative terms that they place upon us. So again, I think we have to be open to other people, at least listening to them.
Yeah, and I think that's a really great, I just wanted to say, like, you know, as the NAACP, we support public schools. And, you know, when it comes to additional learning and other activities, you know, it's a great segue, the Youth and College Council and chapters, we host like different types of activities and events to teach our students different things and how to be civically engaged. And we would love to continue to partner with our adult branches to build more workshops and gain more support. So we're totally open to all those types of conversations. So like you're talking about Saturday schools, if you want to partner like with your West Valley Youth Advisor and create some of those opportunities for our students that we can have, and we have more than enough capacity through our own state to host those types of events. And so we are extremely excited to next off present our youth. And that's a great segue of how we can support our youth.
So before we go there, I'm just gonna pop in because I know we have some questions in the chat. We also have Miss RJ, your hand raised. If you could put your question in the chat, what we'll do is grab it and respond when we send out the package of information. It sounds like we have our youth pulling up now. We ready?
I think they're froze, VP Bagley, but they probably come back around.
I can see them.
Okay.
We are pretty city.
Yes, we are. Okay, are you guys able to hear us? There's a bunch of us in the room, so okay, excellent. Thank you.
We can hear you
Christina.
perfectly. Yep.
Perfect. Excellent. So we're all up close because we're going to do something extra fun. I specifically asked for a little time, and if I'm being honest, I don't want to waste too much time on me. And we're not here for me. We are here for our young people, our youth in college. And the only thing that I want to point out is everyone that's sitting in this room right now, we just started participating as a compliant youth and college division as of this year. And we are now 400 youth members strong, a little over 400 youth members strong after sending up a new batch for Pinal County. And in this room right now is represented over 8 youth and college youth councils and college chapters. And I often tell people when I'm explaining the organization and how the organization works, is it's not at all that we are outnumbered most of the time. It's usually that we are out organized. But this organization that we are all a part of, the NAACP, the oldest, most active civil rights organization since 1909 in the United States, has an amazing governance structure, an amazing compliance structure, amazing structure that if we just follow the mission and vision of the organization and follow it as it's written in the bylaws, we will actually be adding something amazing to our communities and to our young people. And I want to quote our national field organizer, Dominic Whitehead, who said at convention this year, our greatest asset at the NAACP is our ability to cultivate and create our future civic leaders. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce some of the EC that we have in this room today, unified, having a good time, strategizing together, and I'm going to introduce them to you all and allow them their time to speak. And I'm going to start off with who's been around longer than myself, President Nija Whiten from the Phoenix Community College, Unit 17AE. Nija Whiten.
Hi all, my name is Nija Whiten, and I currently serve as the president of the NAACP at the Phoenix College chapter. I was a 2024 NAACP Democracy Fellow, and as I was in that position and as I operated as the interim secretary at Phoenix College, I was able to organize 15 to 20 civic engagement events. Across the Valley, I trained 5 student leaders in the voter education process and assisted with the revitalization of a few youth and college chapters across the Valley. Also during that season, we also registered over 500 students while also securing plenty of sponsorships, partnerships, and grants. And as we move forward, I plan to create more community-led events that impact local communities, the expansion of youth civic participation beyond college campuses, the development of programs that teach students how to effectively use their voice, know their rights, and creating more educational spaces that empower the youth to understand and engage in civic and democratic process.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam President. I appreciate you. Next, yes. Thank you. Thank you. So next, we have our newly elected Sasha Revron from the East Valley Youth Council, 17AB-B, who is also just recently elected the National Youth Works Committee rep for Region 1, and she is our Region 1 Vice Chair. Sasha just recently came to the NAACP this year, and not only did she walk into our lives, but she kicked the door in and said she's about to take over everything. So I just wanted to introduce you guys to our East Valley Youth Council President, Sasha.
Hi, everybody. As stated, my name is Sasha Reverdon, and I am the president of the East Valley East Valley Youth Council. I also have a position on the National Youth Works Commission representing all of Region 1, and also I did AXO with NAACP. So I'm very glad to be involved in this organization because I represent the East Valley. That area of Arizona is very much more rural, more suburban, and something that we're noticing for our youth is that there's a lack of community in our area. What that means is that because we're further apart in terms of landscape, and it's also just you take this highway to get everywhere. What that does is that creates a divide amongst our students. And what that means is that our students don't have people to connect with, people to talk to. We may have a BSU at one high school campus, and down the street, there may be a BSU at the next high school campus, but those BSUs never connect, they never talk. And so our goal this year is that we want to make the East Valley more interconnected. There's this idea that the West Valley, they all like each other, they all know each other, but then what's happening in the East Valley? And we want to fix that because there are Black people in the East Valley. We exist, but we need to get involved and get connected with one another. So we're trying to do that. The NAACP has a commitment to next generation leadership and just justice as a whole. And we're trying to tap into that and just kind of use that to revitalize our area. And we really need adult support in these processes. And lastly, something that you guys need to all be aware of as we go through our East Valley events, we're going to be hosting events this year and hosting just opportunities for students to engage, is that we need you guys to prioritize our event organizing. What that means is that when we create something, we need you to support us alongside that. Everybody talks about how the youth are the voice, the youth, we're going to be the next generation with the power to vote, but we need actual tangible support. I am a product of support. I've had the opportunity this summer. I joined the NAACP in April, I'm pretty sure. And I've had so much opportunity in the span of less than a year. So imagine what these students can gain as well. So when we go out and create these events, we need your support in the East Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So next up, we have our West Valley Youth Council president who just recently ascended. His predecessor, Xavier Span, went off to college and he's going to Morehouse. I love saying that as a Spelman woman. And he's over there. He came back to visit us. He's over there kicking butt and taking names already. And his bestie and his partner in civic engagement ascended into the ranks and became the West Valley Youth Council president. This is my son, Caden Jones of West Valley Unit 17 AP-B. Caden.
Hello, my name is Caden Jones. I'm the West Valley Youth Council president. A very specific issue, not just in the West Valley, but in the United States as a whole. As you all know, with the implementation of new administration, they are consistently finding new ways to attack education. When it comes to not allowing certain books to be read or not allowing certain things to be taught, or not giving out the same funding towards certain programs or sports or different clubs, all of it. They're attacking education as a whole because they don't want us to have the same stuff up here that they have. So what myself and a few others in the West Valley have been given the opportunity to do is go and canvass for the bonds and overrides, which is essentially just voting yes to help strengthen housing equity and strengthen funding for schools. Overall, we're just going out and advocating for what the youth need. The youth need education. Without education, nobody can flourish. Nobody has the information to. None of us would be where we are without education. It's just facts. So what we're doing is we're going out to canvas to make sure that we still have that right and we still get to have that information moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next, I'm gonna skip over a little bit. Kyron Pollard was here earlier from ASU, who is one of the presidents at ASU, but they have other obligations. That unit is one of the ones that was activated this year or revitalized this year. But they have like several events this weekend, so they are dividing and conquering. But we have been blessed today to be present with 3 of their executive committee members. One is Desiree Thompson, Soraya Biggers, and then Sierra Hall. This is their partnership and outreach coordinator, their event coordinator, and their community service chair. This is our ASU Tempe NAACP 1761B. Ladies.
Hello, everyone. My name is Desiree.
Hi, I'm Soraya.
Hi, I'm Sierra. So just to start, a few issues that we think should be addressed, especially on the college campus. Just to let you guys know, if you're not aware, the Black population at ASU, counting undergrad and graduate students, is 6.2%. So that's very, mind blowing. So just on our campus in general, and just like on PWI campuses, we want to combat navigating the academic and professional barriers, especially with these new DEI restrictions. So like it's affecting scholarships, programs, and just like opportunities as a whole. Also general safety, like post Charlie Kirk, there has been an emergence of just like violence on campus and just violence across the nation. So we want to have, that support and backing to overcome some of those challenges and to provide that additional support for our students and just increasing representation in general.
So as the event coordinator, we are actively working to incorporate NAACP's national priorities. So including human rights, voting rights, and civic engagement, of course. So I recently had a great meeting with the Office of Accountability and Transparency here in the city of Phoenix. And we are working on finalizing details for our Knowing Your Rights event. So this is going to be a Jeopardy style event catered towards ASU students. So this initiative is designed to help educate and just continue to empower ASU students by increasing awareness for their civil and local rights. We think that this event will help
to grow overall self-advocacy and just promoting civic engagement across the entire campus. So I'm really excited for this event. I think it's gonna be like early November, so yeah.
Yeah, so as the community service chair, our goal is to increase engagement. We strive to bring awareness to issues and causes bigger than ourselves. And honestly, just wanting to bring more opportunities to serve the Black community in the greater Phoenix and Tempe area. Our outreach and community team, we plan community service events every month, and that's the goal. Last month we did Feed My Starving Children, which was really great. They also have a ministry aspect, and I love just being able to pray over the meals and just what we've done to impact the community that day. And today we also had a community service event that I just got back from. We collaborated with the Mu Eta chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated at our school, and we cleaned the street that they own, South 7th Street, and just being environmentally aware and cleaning our community, make sure, and yeah. And so upcoming events we have, we're gonna participate in the breast cancer awareness walk, just to be a part of that and impact in that way. And we have many more coming up. So yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, ladies from ASU. Thank you. So next up, we have Madam President Kayla Jones from the Maricopa County Youth Council, also newly elected. I also want to point out that this unit has right now to date the largest membership, in which they have 4 delegates. Most of which were with us today, and we made sure we're active and available to vote. This unit is new and up and coming, but they have some big plans and a lot on the horizon. This is Maricopa County Youth Council 1794B. Madam President.
Hi, my name is Kayla Jones. I'm the Maricopa County Youth Council President. I've been the NAACP for about 2 years, I think starting in May of 2023. Originally, I was the West Valley Youth Council Secretary. And for the last 2 years, I have participated in many organizations and programs. For example, the Summer Civics Program, we helped people register to vote. The Black Voters Matter organization and program reminding people to vote during the election. And then we also did many community events like Juneteenth events, Maricopa Kids Day, which was recent, where I got lots of members for Maricopa and Maricopa County and Pinal County. Winter Wonderland events, legislative updates, Black History Month events, and much more. And at all of those events, I was able to table there and also try to get more members for each unit. And then also recently, I was just awarded the Breakthrough Award by the NAACP State Conference for my entrepreneurial accomplishments. This year for our unit, we really want to focus on representation in schools. Because in lots of high schools, there are very little Black staff members or teachers in general, including resources for Black students to get academic help, including clubs and programs that relate to our Black students, specifically to succeed. So we really want our unit to focus on advocating for more Black staff members, and highlighting resources and programs that can help our Black students. And the last thing we really want to prioritize this year is possibly mentorship programs with adult NAACP members and community professionals, because we really want to connect our youth members with experienced NAACP professionals and leaders to guide them in leadership, advocacy, and personal growth. And overall, we want our youth council to have a very good relationship with our adult branch for Maricopa County and NAACP leaders. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President. And last, but certainly not least, I want to point out that since this is our first year, in my portal, I haven't seen since 2020 that the youth have had at least 6 units so that we could be compliant. This is the very first year. And now that we've achieved that milestone, National reached out and said, okay, you guys have to now make sure you have a state conference, because as some of you know, our state conference is separate from the adult state conference. We are 1007 YSC Youth State Conference. So they said you had to have an executive committee. And I love that because this is showing the organizational structure and the support that the youth have on their side of things to make sure that we have that governing committee, that we have that support amongst the committee chairs, and that we are following that structure. We spent the first half of our day just simply going over compliance and structure because we want them to grow up in the NAACP as one NAACP. But without further ado, I want to introduce you guys to our incoming Arizona State Conference Youth Council and College President, Kenneth Ray. And just to give you a little story about him, because I tell everybody this story because it was a very powerful moment for me. I met this young man at Estrella Mountain Community College. And the state of Black Arizona, who we do a lot of work with, provides a lot of data on our people, was hosting an event during their Black History Month. And this room is a circular style room. And this young man stood up in front of almost 100 people, and including the college's president, and gave an amazing dynamic speech. Every ear was tuned in. Every person was, it was a powerful moment for me and everybody in that room. Everyone touched and agreed in that moment. And we were better walking out of that room than we came in. And when I met this man after, I said, you know what, you have to come join the NAACP Youth and College Division. You have so much to add, and the structure that you have and the leadership that you have is going to be great for this position. And he's here with us now. And without further ado, I want to introduce Kenneth Ray Robinson, our incoming state conference president.
Thank you for the introduction. As you guys have heard, my name is Kenneth Ray. I am the incoming Youth and College State President for the Arizona. As you can see, the youth in college is firing on all cylinders. We have community engagement, we have educational equity, we have representation for high schools with BSUs and attempting to get more Black teachers involved, attempting to mentor the youth within these high schools. We're doing civil engagement and voting and working around the removal of DEI initiatives. We're working with the safety. As we can see, post Charlie Kirk, there have already been several lynchings on several campuses. There's already been several bomb threats for several HBCUs. So the threat is serious and is prevalent, and we are taking it as such. So we're taking the steps to implement and work together towards a future where our students and ourselves are safe within these institutions. And what we are doing is asking for the National Governing Committee to continue to support us and give us their consistent and continuous supports with any programs that we have going on and any fundings that we have going on. We are asking that you guys walk with us as we walk around our communities and better the lives of people who look like us and those who don't look like us, because this will truly affect everyone in this nation. Now, I will be assisting each chapter with finding chairs for their committees within each program that they have, so whether it's community engagement or whether it's civil rights. My position is to implement chairs to help them fulfill the groundwork that they have laid so that they can continue to support our communities.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. President. So and I hope we didn't go over time. There was a lot of them here today, so I wanted to make sure they all got their time to speak. But I'm sure it's quite obvious to all of you that are here on this call today. This is our first year being compliant, but we're learning and we're growing. And we're not doing it without, in our own regard. We're opening up the rule book every day, understanding the bylaws and the Constitution, and making sure that we're following the resolutions of the organization so that we're fulfilling the mission and vision. We are teaching our young people every day what it means to fulfill the mission and vision of the organization and how to set up the organizational structure within their youth councils or college chapters, or even the support at the state level to make sure we do just that. And we're learning every day how to do that. But as you can see, we are in the best and safest of hands. This is our Arizona State Youth and College Division, and I'm just happy that I had an opportunity to introduce them to you today. Thank you. Any questions for our presidents, executive committees, or myself?
Great job.
Excellent work. Excellent, excellent work. We are beyond honored and proud of the work of the youth team. And Fallon, great, great job. Great job. And so I'm going to move us and I'm going to ask VP Miller to pop in and to do some introductions of our next speakers.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Again, thank you all so very much for attending our state conference convention. I was blessed to hear all of the great things that we are doing and continue to do and will continue to do. And I'm so excited about the youth and college of our state and all the things that they do. So I have the distinct honor and privilege of introducing two of my friends, one, Ms. Laura Conover, and then also Chief Glover. Ms. Laura Conover is the Pima County Attorney. And one thing about her that I really, really appreciate is that she's striving to get rid of cash bail. And then she's also striving to get rid of some of the punitive measures that we've seen in our communities that impact us more than others. She is in her second term at the moment, and she's doing a great job with trying to make sure the community knows what the duties of their Pima County Attorney is, and also how they can be a part of the process and the things that are happening in their county. So it is a pleasure to have her here. She's a friend of the association, and she works with our Tucson branch. So we're happy to have her here. And then after her, you'll hear from my good friend, Colonel Jeffrey Glover, who was the previous chief of police for the city of Tempe, who is now the first African-American colonel for the Department of Public Safety. Chief Glover has done a lot of things and made great strides when it comes to transparency. As you all know, we've had quite a few issues with policing in the states, all around the state from the top to the bottom. He's done some great things, ensuring that now their troopers have body cameras when they're on the road patrolling, because we know there was an incident where someone lost their life and there was no camera footage there. So he made sure that that was one of his first things to do. So both of these individuals, although one is partisan, the other is not, they have our community's heart and they understand some of the issues that affect us, and they do their very level best to make sure they hear us and they do the things that we request, especially if those things are within reason and things that they actually can do for us in the association. So without any further ado, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Laura Conover, again, the Pima County Attorney. And this slide says Attorney General, but she's actually the Pima County Attorney.
I do think that slide accidentally promoted me. So thank you so much for helping me out there. Pastor Miller, what a lovely introduction. I want to thank Pastor Miller from the bottom of my heart, and Vice President Bagley, who I've so enjoyed coming to know. I appreciate this invitation, and getting to share these minutes with Colonel Glover is a delight. That is a public safety partnership that has been so meaningful to me. I am so glad that he is in the role that he is in. It speaks to a united state of Arizona just at the right time when we need to be all on the same page on public safety. And I just deeply admire his leadership. I'm gonna flip the script, which I'm famous for, but I just have to take a moment to say how unbelievably inspired I am right now, because I came in at the perfect moment when the youth councils started to report. That was so meaningful. If you are still here, I thank you for stepping up to the occasion. I assure you that these are the strangest of times, which means it's the most important time when we need you at the table, keeping us informed, literally keeping us informed. We strive at the Pima County Attorney's Office to make sure that all generations are at the leadership table, keeping us informed and listening to your voices. I was on the U of A campus for several hours last week, and I'll add that things are a little bit maybe extra intense with the president having invited the U of A to join some kind of compact. And I know that all of our ASU friends and colleagues know what I'm talking about. And we know that you're with us in spirit as the students and the faculty navigate that. I will proudly tell you where I'm coming from now. I will center us on today, literally October 18 for a moment. And then I'd like to give a little overview as Vice President Bagley invited me to do, just a little overview of the office and some highlights of what we're doing. But I'm going to try to keep it condensed because I want to share this time with Colonel Glover, and I want to see if you all have questions for us, because public safety is at the top of our minds right now from many different angles, some competing angles perhaps. It's complex. But so where am I coming from right now? I ran home because starting at 8 a.m. this morning, I was at the Tucson Convention Center for what's called Fresh Start, which is in its 5th year down here in Tucson, and I think has approached Phoenix now. I think we've pulled off one in Tempe, which is wonderful. But I call Fresh Start the most important public safety event of the year for Tucson, because what Fresh Start is and what it does is it creates a one-stop shop for all of our neighbors, our community members, our own friends and family who are returning home from prison. The data is very clear that most people going into the Department of Corrections in Arizona come back home. You know, the extreme majority, 90%, are coming back home at some point. And the way we welcome them back home by supporting them, by looking for housing options, by rewarding their extraordinary rehabilitation, by sealing records and expunging records and restoring the right to vote, by helping people get employed or better employed. This is how we literally drive down the crime rate. We drive down recidivism, and we support each other in community. And so you can walk in and get a haircut and a suit and practice interviewing for a job and talk to the DMV and go through an employment fair, but also you can go in the back where we have an entire legal clinic, right? You can wear jeans, you can wear sweats. We try to get the judges to dress casual. It's hard for them, but the judges are there, right? Because we're trying to get people to a signature, a judge's signature, to walk out with a new lease on life, where they're going to put the past behind them and start a new healthy life in our community. You can hear my joy, no doubt. And so now I get to be here with you now. So a very brief overview of who the office is. You know, what is your DA? Many of you, I think most of you, I was scrolling through, I think are in the Phoenix community. There's the Maricopa County Attorney. I am the Pima County Attorney. Where most people come from, it's called the DA. And I embrace that, right? It's the DA. That's how we understand the concept. And so we are the felony prosecutor for all felonies across Pima County. We are also the county's attorney with a huge civil law firm representing county department interests and the administration and the board of supervisors. But I'll focus today just on what we're trying to do on the criminal side. Down here in Pima County, down here in Tucson, quite different from Maricopa. Pima had a 44-year partnership that ran the Pima County Attorney's Office, and that is a long time. It's a little bit unusual. It's definitely not what Maricopa has had, and not mostly across the nation. So in 21, when we came in, we were coming in from the outside and looking to see if we could modernize and also become as accessible as we could to the community. And by that, I mean all of us, and not just some of us. Some significant adjustments we have made is trying to keep responsibly and safely, trying to keep every child that the law allows us out of adult court and in juvenile, where they are working with one-on-one counseling. They are going to school, and they are working with juvenile experts, the people who understand children and their brains and their developing brains the best. And so keeping children out of the adult pipeline that leads them nowhere but to an adult career and record and adult associations. We down here in Pima County, we do not seek the death penalty. That is a choice. That's a discretion. It's not required by law. You do not have to spend all that money. You do not have to engage in those risks, and so we don't do that down here. Not in the last 5 years. We built up a fraud unit going after scam. You know, we are a huge, you all know we're a huge retirement community, right? We got a lot of suburbs down here in Pima County that are beautiful, wonderful places for our elders to live. That also makes them prime targets, literally by zip code, for scam and fraud. And we're trying to lean in and really support our state partners at the Attorney General and our federal partners by being a catch-all for some of the lower fraud, right? Because $500 may not sound like a lot to the federal government, but $500 could mean stress on a family in trying to pay the next rent bill. So we leaned into that as well. And the last place I'll leave you is restorative justice, kind of where we started at Fresh Start this morning. We have built up, I think currently the state's only adult restorative justice program, with all of our gratitude to our tribal and indigenous brothers and sisters who've been using these philosophies since time immemorial. But restorative justice allows victims of crime who've been harmed full veto power. They get to choose restorative justice if they so want. And then if they do, it is an opportunity to pull the person who has caused the harm, pull them out of the court system where they are rightfully very protected. You know, the due process, the Constitution is very, very important, but they're pulled out and given an opportunity to fully make amends, to recognize the harm they have caused, to answer direct questions from their victim, and then to try to make it right and make the victim as nearly whole as possible. In other places across the country, when you get at the root harm and you get at the root cause and you answer victims' questions so that they don't ask these questions the rest of their life, that you can only imagine the recidivism rate is like nothing. People go through that difficult process of owning up to the harm they've caused, and they don't come back into the system again. And so we're working on this from the ground up. And I guess I'll end again with the first piece, which is that watching these youth councils, these youth leaders devote time on a Saturday afternoon to these extraordinarily important topics fills my cup, it fills my soul, and it reminds us all that the future is bright. We are in perhaps dark times, but those are stars leading the path, and I'm just honored to be with you all. Pastor Miller, if I can pass to Colonel Glover and which I would be most pleased. I'm going to definitely listen to my partner in public safety. And then if there's time, Vice President Bagley, you'll tell us if we can if you want us to take questions. I am always happy to answer anything, but it's just a matter of being respectful of your time.
Of course, and thank you. Yes, please pass to Colonel Glover. We'd appreciate witnessing that.
Colonel, it's my pleasure. I said it a moment earlier, but I'll just say, well, okay, I'll say something funny. I'll say something funny. I had met Colonel Glover on the phone a few times and was so delighted with his appointment and with the governor's choice. I was very excited. but I'd never met him in person because I'm stuck down here in Tucson. And so I end up on a plane, I think from DC back, right, to Phoenix, because I usually fly out of Phoenix because I'm down here in Tucson, right? And I end up on a plane, I think with like the Congressional Black Caucus is coming back, right? And so I'm seeing a number of friends and catching up with a number of people. And I realize I'm 2 rows behind and I say, is that Colonel Glover? So I arranged to get into the aisle of the plane to walk out with him. And we had it was so great. We had like a 15-minute meeting from the plane to baggage. Where I got to meet him for the first time, and it was a fantastic conversation, and it's been great since then. And so it's quite my honor to pass to Colonel Glover.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Attorney Conover. It was definitely a very productive 15-minute meeting that we had, walking from the plane all the way to that baggage claim, waiting for our bags all that time too. So it was fantastic. So. No, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for everything that you just provided and everything. Pima County is a great partner, and you guys have been doing so much work in terms of that rehabilitation piece, and I love the fact that you guys are really centered into that recidivism piece as well. You're doing some phenomenal work down there, and you're just such a great working partner. And so, again, I'm Colonel Jeff Glover. I'm Arizona Department of Public Safety Director. I've been in the role for almost 3 years now. And thank you again to Pastor Miller, Ms. Tyree, NAACP, all of the work that you guys do. We can't do it without you. It's all about collaboration. It's all about team effort. And so I really want to thank you all for even giving me the opportunity to be able to speak with you all today. And so, I just want to start with, DPS. DPS is an agency that is a statewide agency, but we're more than just a highway patrol group of troopers that are going out writing tickets. They do a lot of different things. DPS spans the realm of really, when you're talking about police agencies and state entities, we sort of hit all different areas. I have an IT section that is, that deals with technical issues. We have criminal investigations that investigates a lot of different crimes. We have the major incident division that investigates officer involved shootings. We have, our aviation unit, K9 units. We've got, various different entities of our agency that work in tandem. And one of the things that I stressed and made sure of when I got there, coming from Tempe, from a municipal, now going to a statewide level, the question was, well, what is he going to do in terms of, he's so centered on community policing. And I corrected people the first day when I came in the door, and I said, no, it's not community policing. I use relationship-based policing. I was like, because policing should be relational. It's reframing policing around relationships and not just enforcement. My philosophy is centered on that relationship part, because it starts with asking the central question of, how do you as a community or as community members want to be policed? It doesn't start with us basically creating these things. It starts with us getting feedback and hearing from the community to understand exactly how you want to be policed. And then we work with the frameworks on that based on what it is that we hear from the feedback from our community. What is that sentiment? What is the current atmosphere that is going on? And we make the adjustments that's needed to make sure that we're providing professional service to our community. And that's something that I definitely stress, because we're shifting more towards, when you do relationship-based policing, you're shifting more towards prioritizing trust, empathy, and shared responsibility, because it is all very much a part of an ecosystem. Even in Ms. Conover's presentation, you're hearing about what they're providing on the back end on different things as it relates to how do we support people. Even if they're coming out of a situation where they've been in jail, they still need some sort of level of support, so that way they don't end up in the same set of circumstances. We don't want to keep people in this revolving wheel of situations where they're constantly being incarcerated. Because one thing that we learned from 21st century policing is that you can't arrest your way out of the situation. So doing heavy enforcement isn't the answer. The answer is being able to understand your community, try to make sure that you're developing programs that is supporting your community and looking at it from the perspective of how do we actually engage in a way that's meaningful with dialogue and still be able to ensure that we're holding people accountable, because there are still bad people out there and we still have to make sure that we are doing what we can to ensure that we're curbing behaviors. But it's about being able to catch them early on before anything bad happens. And that's really the key, is that you want to curb the bad behavior before it actually presents itself to where it becomes a situation now it is an arrestable offense. So some of the things that we're doing in DPS is that we started a community engagement and outreach program in unit. We have troopers all across the state that are engaged in community outreach. From the community outreach, we do listening sessions now, and we're starting to engage more on listening sessions to make sure that we're hearing back from different areas, because as we jokingly refer to Maricopa County as the state of Maricopa, we have to address more issues than just Maricopa County. We're addressing issues within Pima County, within Coconino, different areas that have specific needs. You have rural counties within the state of Arizona that that sometimes are really not even thought about, and including our tribal partners. They're very much in need of resources, and that is part of our mission, is to make sure that we're designing an emphasis on how to make sure that we're getting the necessary resources to the individuals, so that way they feel protected and they feel safe in their communities. And so building a sort of on a really a collective approach, one of the things that we've centered on is also creating what we call a STAR program, which is a science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. So we actually have been engaging and partnering with high schools, and as well as some of our different partners that we have that from our advisory community groups that basically are sending kids to different camps that we put on a quarterly basis to go through and learn about the agency, learn about drone technology, because we have drone pilots. We have a whole entire aviation unit. Well, give the kids a drone and let them take that apart and figure out how to put it back together again. There's also there's so many different things that they can be involved in, including our lab. We have labs all across the state, so we employ scientists. So being able to allow for the youth to be able to have an opportunity to connect and engage with our science lab as well. So there's a lot of different opportunities that we want to make readily available to everybody, so that way they have an opportunity to learn more about the agency, but also to learn that it's not just about enforcement, it's about other things that we bring to the table to make sure that people have an understanding that we're here to provide a resource. As what people sometimes don't understand about Department of Public Safety is that we're an assist agency. So we're here to make sure that local law enforcement, sheriff's departments in the county, that they're all getting the necessary resources. So we also are providing a lot of sometimes grant opportunities and funding to other agencies through the Department of Public Safety. And so one of the big things that I also wanted to touch on is the technology that we're utilizing. As Pastor Miller had talked about, DPS has brought about more transparency with body-worn cameras. Well, in addition to that, I also have partnered with a company that is doing algorithm behind our body-worn camera to test for professionalism and conduct. So if I have somebody that is essentially out on the road that is, not being very professional, very rude in terms of how they are dealing with a community member, it's going to flag on them. I'm also utilizing that though as a wellness side of it to be able to flag for burnout, because that is another issue that is very prevalent within public safety. A lot of times, some of the decisions that are made that are bad decisions, that are people that are short-tempered, that are wearing a badge and a gun, comes because they are working numerous hours, numerous shifts, and they're not getting a break. And so I've put in a mechanism to show when somebody is getting burnt out, and it's going to flag for that. And so when they are flagged, then it's like, okay, we need to put you on the bench for a little bit. You need a breather. You need a couple of days off. It is giving us an opportunity to assess and evaluate individuals as they are really interacting in that day-to-day job. And that supervisor is able to actually see the flag and the review and try to get a better understanding of, hey, I'm seeing that this pattern from you. What's going on? Because it could be something in their personal life as well. And that's something that, people carry their personal lives into work with them daily. And we want to make sure that we're giving the officer or that troopers the resource to be able to understand exactly, okay, emotionally, what are you going through today? Is that going to impact your work product? We don't need you to actually bring that baggage into the job. If that's baggage that you're bringing into the job, look, here's some service, because the one thing that we're trying to also make sure is that people don't feel stigmatized, that they can say that they need help and not feel like they're being threatened, that their gun is going to be taken away and that they're not going to be able to actually work. So we are normalizing the request for assistance of help, and that we're doing it in an a la carte method, and that we can do it anonymously, or we can do that through chain of command. Either way, as long as they get help, that is the most important thing that I am emphasizing that they do. So that way we're not out there making mistakes, we're not violating anybody's rights, and we're staying within the Constitution. So, and I know that I want to give some time for some questions, but the other thing is that I wanted to also emphasize is that, obviously from a national standpoint, you're seeing a lot of things that are happening, a lot of Supreme Court rulings and issues that are coming up. There's definitely a level of concern as it relates to some of the rulings that have come up here recently that, could potentially lead to racial bias and discrimination as it relates to policing. And so it comes back to legacy groups like NAACP and others, making sure that they're holding elected officials accountable, as well as city management and that chief of police. Their voices have to be heard. If you're making that request, you see something that's going on, make the request to be able to get in front of that elected official, get in front of that city manager, and get in front of that chief, because we're here as public servants. That is part of our job. And we have to be attuned to that. And then from a legacy standpoint, NAACP has always been behind being able to push legislation, being able to push different initiatives that is needed. And so you have a voice. Make sure that you're still using that voice and you hold us accountable, because I like to look at it as being an accountability partner. And when you have an accountability partner, you have better collaboration and you have better outcomes for success. So I'll leave it there for some time for a little bit of Q&A if we have any time for that.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Colonel Glover, and thank you, Attorney. I want to call you Attorney General. I mean, I do, but
I say give her the promotion.
I mean, I can just make some things happen, right?
Well, I will tell you, as I always do, Chris Mays has been an incredible partner. By statute, the Attorney General has kind of a supervisory, kind of a mentoring role with the 15 county attorneys. And that's very real with her. And it's huge, being able to reach her, being able to reach Governor Hobbs, and having access to talk through problems is huge. It's a great thing. So
absolutely. There is one question in the chat, and I'm going to read it in the interest of time, because we wanted to have you all just a few minutes after 2, but we're just a few minutes over that. But in the interest of time, it seems that most of our problems with law enforcement are addressed with the police department and elected officials. Can you all talk about the role of the police union and the power it holds over the departments and elected officials? And if we could start with Colonel Glover, that would be great.
Yeah, so I mean, for Arizona, the unions are really, they're more so along the lines of associations, and yes, they do have a little bit of influence, let's put it that way, because they can go to the legislators. They have their overarching union is the APA, and so there is some political sway that they actually have, but at the end of the day, if you have strong leadership in place, then and you're doing the right thing, it is really up to the leadership to make sure that they are having honest dialogue with the union about where it stands and the direction of what you see or envision the agency going. Now, if that doesn't align with them, then unfortunately, then it just doesn't align. They have to understand that it's the agency's director, it has that discretion to go in that direction that they want. And a lot of times you'll find that the union will actually fall in line as long as there's strong leadership at the top that is giving that vision and that direction. The real Some of the real issues that sometimes that are at play, when it comes to the union dynamic, because in most agencies, a lot of times you'll have more than one union that you're dealing with, and they sort of play against one another, and they play against the leadership and everything. But it's being able to look at them as a thought partner, and bringing them in as collaboration with, in a collaborative way. Like once a month, I have our Troopers Association and our FOP come into the command staff meeting to be able to talk about issues. And but what it also does is it lets them know that, like, look, if there's some issues, we're gonna address it. But if these issues are coming back to where it doesn't align with the vision of the organization, then the problem is with whatever it is that you're requesting that is out of alignment. And we're going to make it clear that look, we can agree to disagree, but we're going to do what's in the best interest of the organization and of the community. And that's first and foremost. And so you basically chart that out for them and draw that line in the sand, and you don't allow for them to step over it. And usually you'll have good success, because really for the most part, what the union's objective is to lobby for their constituents. And so most cases, as long as they're heard and they're having that opportunity to have that face-to-face time, they're usually happy with that. It's when you don't have any face time with them is when they get out of control, and then they start going around you, and then they start playing a lot of games, and then they create problems, and then they fight a fight just to spite you as a leader. And so you avoid that by bringing them to the table, but setting the clear expectations and level setting.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, those are such wise words. We come from two very different perspectives on this, and I think that's so wise. And anytime we remember that people need to be listened to, people need an opportunity to share concerns, that plays a role in a wide variety of things in my office, especially with victim meetings. What I will just say very briefly is that when I was a private citizen, and just a lawyer, running for office the first time, the Pima County Sheriff's Department union endorsed me. They really wanted to see major change. That shocked a lot of people, and it made some national history along some lines. But by the time 4 years later, I decided to run for a second term, I had, but one example is that I had gone through what's called the homicide panel every single Monday, which is the presentation of 4 or 5 homicides among a big group of diverse, experienced prosecutors and thinkers, and the homicide detectives working those cases. And we had inherited a backlog of 144 homicides waiting to go through that process. So it was every single Monday. So when I decided to run for a second term, and Mr. Dawson, I really appreciate this question, that light bulb went off for me, and I just wrote a really nice and I think professional letter to the Tucson Police Department's huge union and also to the sheriff, of course. And I just said, I am your partner. We work together. The interplay is important. I am also a huge check and balance. When things go wrong, I have to prosecute when things go wrong on behalf of the community if there's excessive force. And so I'm going to keep our relationship professional, and I'm not going to even engage in the process at all. And then we'll continue to meet, which we do. Meet regular, just as Colonel Glover said, we meet regularly, and we don't have that mess of like that sort of political entanglement. We don't have that mess of, I don't need your endorsement, I'm not seeking it, because I need to be the best partner to you, whether I get that or not. And I need to be accountable to the community if I need to hold you to account, whether I get that endorsement or not. And so I just put it away, which was dangerous politically. But it immediately felt like the right thing to do was to just get that out of the way. I ended up like recording the statement so that all their people could get their questions answered, but didn't engage, in the process, didn't seek the endorsement. And I'm glad we went in that direction.
Excellent. Thank you. I see President Farmer.
Good afternoon to both of you, and especially Colonel Glover. I've known you for a number of years now, and I'm glad you're in the position that you're in, especially being the first. And I like what's being said. I don't really have a question, more of a statement. When it comes to accountability and transparency in policing, it seems to be lacking, especially here in the Valley. And as of late, there seems to have been an uptick in police-involved shootings. And there have been a number of shootings where clearly the police have done wrong. But as you guys have stated, especially Colonel Glover, you said it starts at the top. And here in the Valley, it seems that the top is not doing what they're supposed to do. And in what I'm saying, I'm talking about Rachel Mitchell's office when it comes to either not so much as prosecuting anything, at least taking things to a grand jury. So like I said, there's been an uptick in shootings, police-involved shootings, and it seems like there's nothing. A story may come out in the news or on the news, and then within a day or so, that story is gone, and nothing ever happens to the police. And again, I know that's happening here in the Valley. And again, Colonel Glover, especially, I like what you're doing with DPS. And as I stated to you years ago, I've been behind you 100% in your efforts as to what you do. And I know as the first Black man in that position, I can only imagine some of the hurdles that you are being put before you. But again, I admire what you're doing.
Yeah, President Farmer, thank you for that. And one of the things that I wanted to comment on was just real briefly, obviously we have the Major Incident Division. I know when I first got there was a lot of conversation about what was going to be the outcome in terms of how that was going to be operated and ran. And one of the things that I'm actually doing is I've already brought in some researchers from National University and to the agency that's doing assessments. I did that also when I was in Tempe, where we did Sentinel reviews as it related to any type of critical incident. And it's looking at not just what happened in terms of just the point from point A to Z on the shooting, but everything that led up to that, all the factors surrounding it, any of the environmental conditions that played a part into that. And so we're actually going to be taking a deep dive into some of the shootings that have been occurring around the state, and just sort of having a researcher take some of that information from our caseload to take a look at what are the commonalities, what are some of the things, is it tactics, is it other conditions or factors that are coming into play into this. And so that way we can actually give a comprehensive study or something back to the agency head to allow them to have an understanding of what we're seeing from a statewide perspective.
Thank you, Colonel Glover. I'm gonna go ahead and hop in, VP Bagley. A question that I have for actually both of you guys is we know a lot of the things we desire to see from criminal justice standpoint, policing, attorneys' offices, if you will, county attorneys' offices, those things change via legislation. And so one of the greatest issues that we have, to President Farmer's point about the accountability piece for police officers, is we have an issue with the Officers' Bill of Rights, if you will, in the state of Arizona. So I would like to ask, what recommendation would you both have in terms of the NAACP, our advocacy, our conversations, meetings? What advice would you give us in order to kind of tackle that? Because I'm sure you both have issues with the Officers' Bill of Rights for the state of Arizona. And Chief or Colonel Glover, I'm especially saying that to you because you were a chief for a police agency, and sometimes your hands may have been tied with people you wanted to may have done more to, but then your hands were tied as far as the state goes. So what would your recommendation be? And again, for again, to Mr. President Farmer's point about us having people being held accountable, making sure, bad officers are not on the street, are not going from one agency to another in terms of the legislative piece and Officers' Bill of Rights. What could we do?
Colonel Glover, I'll jump in just a second because President Farmer, I was sort of reliving the major case that we dealt with. I was only 10 months into office in 2021. And I can speak about this a bit more because it's closed now, and that's an important distinction. But we had an older gentleman in a motorized scooter, and he did have a knife, but the officer fired 9 rounds behind him, 8 rounds behind him. It's been 3 years now. 8 rounds, and the 9th was once he was already out of the wheelchair and down on the ground. So President Farmer, what I want to, and all of you, what I want to tell you is, though we knew we clearly had to take action by giving it a very careful review, it was extraordinary what we were up against to do what we thought was just our job. We immediately recognized that no officer had been taken to trial in Pima County since 1989 for an officer-involved shooting. So it started there. I didn't have anyone in Tucson even alive anymore that had anything to do with that 1989 case. I had to build a cabinet of legal experts in Phoenix because you guys do have the occasional trial. And then I had to hire an expert out of LA on excessive force, a career sergeant who's written a textbook on excessive force for the nation. He's done 30,000 reviews, and thank heavens I had that to come in. And then we had to look at the Arizona statutes. To Pastor Miller's comment, the Arizona statutes that applied to the officer that wouldn't apply to any of the rest of us if we had done the same exact action. For better or for worse, it's an officer on duty, but we wouldn't get any of those protections. What we would have to prove in order to take it to the grand jury, and once we'd taken it to the grand jury, the way that the judges kept sending it back to the grand jury twice. So it highlighted that the structure in Arizona, it has created a completely separate system when it's clear you have no choice. 10 months into office, God knows I did not want to deal with that. It was a lose-lose, horrible situation. Not to mention the deceased sister, and holding her pain and misery and torture through this. But it was, to say that it was an uphill battle is the understatement of the year.
I think Laura encapsulated it perfectly. It is a uphill battle, and it is protections that otherwise other individuals, normal community members do not have. Some of those protections are put in there for a reason, but then you have some of the protections that are put in place that become an obstacle, especially for a county attorney when you're having to submit the case. Typically your leadership in the department knows the situation. They know what happened may be a very bad shoot that has just occurred, and you're putting the case together essentially for the county attorney to be able to try the case, and then they're handcuffed. They can't actually, really, do much with it because of the Title 38 issue. Um, that comes down to, from an NAACP, I think, standpoint, it comes down to making sure that you're lobbying legislators when it comes to the Title 38 protections, and seeing what is fair and what is not reasonable that may be in those protections, and maybe even sitting down and it could be contentious, but it could be also something that you may hear some level of agreement from the Arizona Peace Officers Association, from the APA group. That union, obviously, they will tell you that they also have their own internal struggles with Title 38 as well, because they're there, protecting the officer, but they also have their own challenges internally from an internal standpoint with those protections as well. So there's some issues all the way around. And I think that that's where it starts. It starts with being able to actually have conversations with those two groups.
And I will.
Go ahead.
Oh, I will add to that point, Colonel Glover, you're absolutely correct, because we had approached the APA about transparency with the city of Tempe under your predecessor before you became the chief, and they actually agreed with the community. And they shared that with her, as far as the redactions and not releasing information in a timely manner for public records requests. So I agree to that. So thank you all very much. I will let you know that myself and President Tyree and VP Bagley will be working on something for the Officers' Bill of Rights, and trying to get some of those things mediated, and then also probably speaking to President Farmer if he wants to party with us on that, to help address some of those things, so that we can hold people accountable when they take a life. And like Attorney Conover said, they have these certain protections that we wouldn't even imagine of having, and some of those go a little bit too far to protect bad officers. So thank you all again so very much. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate all that you do as far as being a friend to the association and myself personally. And Ms. Gwen Bailey, I'll give it to you. And then Shawana, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, VP Miller. Good afternoon, Colonel Glover and Attorney Conover. You have to excuse me not being on camera. This is a question that I've posed, and I think Colonel Glover, we spoke in DC briefly, very briefly. We have several clinicians that are on the line, and one of the things that I believe should be normalized in the policing and the law enforcement area is the mental health conversations on what that looks like, and getting to the bottom of a lot of the data that we're talking about, from all of the transparency issues, the actions that are not being taken because of there's red tape due to, HIPAA and things like that. But I've had the opportunity to talk to a couple of police chiefs just in passing that are family people, and I come from a family of law enforcement. And some of the things that we feel that can be mitigated, some of those things that you talk about, is having these conversations not only about the mental health of policing, but allowing an organization like the NAACP and its clinicians and other BIPOC African American panelists to be a part of those discussions when it's time to release police back to the street. What are we doing to normalize those conversations and making that a part of a mandatory training or something to ensure that before police are actually released back into the streets after a shooting or things like that, how are we handling their mental health? How are we taking care of them as family people, as law enforcement? We have to look at the humanitarian point in this. And so it's something I've talked to VP Miller about extensively, but if you can give us an idea of something that you all are working on to kind of help address that too, that will probably mitigate some of these things that we're talking about.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've implemented over at DPS is that we've brought in Boulder Crest, the Struggle Well program. So they are, you know, a program that is there to assist with the mental health and well-being of officers as they get reacclimated being back out in the field. The other thing is that they go through mandatory psychological counseling once they are involved in a critical incident. And in fact, one of the things that we're now making here standardized is that for, at least for the DPS troopers, is that they will do counseling sessions, at least 1 to 2 counseling sessions throughout the year, even if they're not involved in a critical incident. So we're making the normalization by ensuring that we're putting that into practice and into policy. The other thing is that you have the emergency responders assistance program. If you are involved in a critical incident, that's something that is sort of new to Arizona. It's been common in Oklahoma, but it was a program that I was very familiar with. They have clinicians that come out. They basically will take a group that have, you know, essentially been involved in critical incidents, maybe 6 months to a year after their incident. Because that's another thing, is that there's for somebody that's been involved in a critical incident, it's triage in the beginning, but then you can't allow for it to drop off where there's no treatment or there's no, you know, interaction with them afterwards. Once you start hitting them in the 6 and 8 or 9 month mark, you start to see that there's been some changes. So what we're doing is that we're trying to make sure that they're involved in that program after about 6 months. But it's not just them; it is also their family member or their significant other or their spouse. We want to make sure that the spouse is also involved in it, because they're going to see the changes. They're going to see some of the different things that are going on with them mentally from that aspect, that they're not only treating and providing some sort of level of treatment for that particular officer involved, but it's also being able to treat the spouse that's involved that has to go through that and see those changes. And sometimes that spouse may be another officer, but they don't even know or understand how to actually deal with the situation of that spouse or that loved one that's been involved in that traumatic incident. So those are some of the things that we've done over at DPS.
Thank you so very much for responding to that. I appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say it was a great question, and Colonel Glover, you brought that up in your very preliminary remarks, and I think, you know, you so clearly it's a priority for you, and I think that's fantastic. My one and only sibling hit 21 years this month with the Tucson Police Department, and they're really trying to do what they can there as well. And I appreciate you talking about families and siblings, and you know, his first 5 years doing midnights, my mama did not sleep. She really just didn't sleep those first 5 years. It's very real.
Yeah. Any other questions? Thank you both. Thank you for hanging out an extra minute or so with us. I say minute loosely. Thank you for spending some more time with us. Are there any other questions out there for Colonel Glover or Attorney Conover? No? Okay. Well then, VP Miller or President Tyree, I'm not sure if you all want to hop in after I thank Colonel Glover and Attorney Conover so much for your time, so much for your expertise, so much for what you do for our communities, right? I know you all are located in certain areas, but our communities, right? Thank you for everything that you do to take care of us, and the commitment and my gosh, the passion, the dedication that you all demonstrate day in and day out. We appreciate you very, very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely.
My dog Sadie is also thanking you. Thank you so much for for this opportunity. My cup is full. You guys have inspired me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you guys as well. And then I also want to thank you, VP Bagley, for being the train conductor for our convention. Thank you so very much. This is the first time we've had one in almost a decade. And so I appreciate you for helping usher us along today. And I'm sure President Tyree will pop in after I say what I say, but thank you all so very much.
For those of you who serve the association, your work is noticed. It is appreciated, and we thank you because especially you do it for free. So keep on doing the things that you're doing to make society more just and more equitable. And we'll continue to work with our community partners like Laura Conover, like Colonel Glover, like those who are in positions of power to make sure that we can get the appropriate and necessary and needed changes that we need in the society that we live in right now. So again, thank you all so very much. And I see President Tyree. So God bless you all. Thank you.
President Tyree, are you trying to speak? If you are, you're muted. Okay. Well, then what I'm going to do until President Tyree can hop in, she'll hop in and interrupt me if she's able to add her her comments. Oh, I see her. I see you. Uh-oh. Okay. Looks like she may be frozen. I just have to agree with everything that's been said so far. What a day. What a really incredible day. I mean, we've learned so much from Dr. Price around health equity. We had Save Our Schools talking to us about the importance of all things education and equity. We heard from just now Pima County attorney on preparing and enabling formerly incarcerated or justice impacted individuals to have a second chance and in some instances a first chance. We heard from Colonel Glover, who talked to us about DPS and how agencies work together to support community through relationship-based policing. We heard from our state executive committee chairs and invited guests. We experienced a matchless update and maybe matchless, right? An introduction to the youth state EC. And we had us, right? Our NAACP members. Thank you all for taking this day to help build us. To say that there's great work happening is simply an understatement, right? President Tyree, VP Miller, and I hope that you end this session full, motivated, encouraged, and empowered. I want to thank you all for your grace. I'm sorry about the technology and your flexibility. Artifacts will be shared in the next day or so. If you are a delegate and you haven't voted, please do. And before I wish you a great day and weekend, President Tyree, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I just want to say thank you so much to you, VP Bagley, VP Miller, to all of our guest speakers from national all the way down to our local elected officials. I appreciate you all taking the time and joining us today. Thank you to our members for sticking around and hanging with us for 4.5 hours today. We appreciate you. And I also want to say thank you to Ms. Gisette for running for president. These seats do not belong to us, right? They belong to our members. So I appreciate her so much for stepping up. And I look forward to working with all of you in the future.
Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend all. Take care.